clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Finance number 2 bill, committee.
Now.
Order. Under the order of the House of the 16th of December, we shall now move to committee of the whole House. Order.
Finance number 2 bill. Clauses 1 to 6 in Schedule 1 and clauses 7 and 8 in Schedule 2, clauses 9, 10 and 69, clause 62 in Schedule 12 and any new clauses relating to the subject matter of those clauses and those schedules.
Can I remind members that in committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker. Please use our names when addressing the Chair. Madam Chair and Chair are also acceptable. We will start with the group on income tax charge and rates, and we begin with Clause 1 stand part, with which it will be convenient to consider the clauses stand part, schedules and new clauses on the selection paper. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. I call the Minister. Minister Tomlinson.
Madam Chair, it is a pleasure to open this first day of committee debate on the Finance Bill. Madam Chair, this was set to be the biggest economic moment of the day, but my moment in the limelight has sadly been blown off course by the riveting news with regards to the former member for Stratford-upon-Avon's defection to Reform UK. This star signing is clearly a great loss to the Conservative Party. Members opposite may hope that this will allow them to start to expunge the history of the Trust mini-budget from the nation's collective memory, although I can't help feel it's a case of shutting the heated stable door after the horse has bolted. He said he wanted to join Reform UK to fix a broken system, but just like the party opposite, no one will believe that he can do it. In fact, Madam Chair, he ran the system, he broke the system, and he left us all sorting out with the tax man how to pay for the mess he left behind. Returning to the topic at hand, Madam Chair, my right honourable friend the Chancellor delivered her second budget at this dispatch box a few weeks ago. This was a budget to build strong foundations and a secure future for our country. Reflecting historical underperformance, the Office for Budget Responsibility has revised down its productivity forecast. In isolation, this reduces the amount of revenue that the OBR expects the government to collect by around £16 billion in 2029-30. The government is determined to outperform this forecast by continuing its plans to grow the economy, protecting public services and cutting borrowing. But it is right to plan on the independent forecaster's judgments, meaning despite Britain's progress, the government does need to strengthen the public finances. The choice at the budget was austerity and decline or investment and renewal, and this Labour government has rejected austerity and repeating the mistakes of the opposition. All those opposite who are quick to promise cutting taxes must set out where they would credibly raise the money from elsewhere, what they would actually cut, or how much they would increase borrowing by, as they enjoyed doing so much in recent years. The budget delivered fair and necessary choices that deliver on the public's priorities and choices that bring about the change that this government promised. The government has chosen to cut the cost of living, delivering £150 off energy bills, freezing train fares and prescription charges. The government has chosen to focus on cutting waiting lists, delivering 5.2 million more appointments and opening 250 new neighbourhood health centres. All this would be threatened by those opposite who don't support the taxes, including those debated in these clauses, that are needed to fund decent public services. This government has... I will.
I'm very impressed with the Minister's opening speech and his lightness of touch, but can he explain to the House how he reconciles this litany of good effects with the number of U-turns carried out since the budget was put forward?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member opposite for giving me time to top up my water and for his intervention, the government has been very clear in its approach since we took office. We needed to raise revenue to fund public services. We've been consistent in our objectives in that regard, and we need to get borrowing down. Borrowing is falling in every single year of this forecast because of the decisions that we have taken. I believe, Madam Chair, it's the fastest reduction in borrowing in the G7, bringing that economic stability back and allowing the Bank of England the space to be able to cut interest rates, Madam Chair, as they have already done 6 times since the general election. The Finance Bill will deliver on the choices that the government has made, and we will renew public services. We have taken the decision to lift hundreds of thousands of children, Madam Chair, out of poverty, getting more people into work, and crucially for our long-term growth prospects, maintaining at the highest level of public investment for 40 years, all while keeping borrowing this year to its lowest level in 6 years as a share of GDP, and doubling, Madam Chair, our headroom against our fiscal rules. I will give way.
Can I thank the Minister very much for what he's putting forward? The OBR have indicated that some £55.5 billion will be raised, but the money's not coming from millionaires, it's coming from those who are in the lower and middle income families, and that means that some 4.8 million more money will be paying the higher rate. Some 600,000 more individuals will have moved to the additional rate band. Can I ask the Minister, in all honesty, how can we help those in the lower and the middle bracket? Those who are millionaires, they can afford it. The other ones can't.
One of the ways that we are seeking to support everyday working people and families across the country is by making the decisions, many that have been opposed by members on the benches opposite, I must say, to raise taxes on those with the very largest estates and with the very highest amount of wealth. In fact, over this Parliament, as a result of the decisions made at the budget in 2025 and the budget in 2024, will be raising an additional £10 billion of revenue from wealth and from those with the greatest wealth, which enables us to minimise the ask that we're making of everyday families when it comes to the topic that we'll be debating later in this session. Madam Chair, turning now to the clauses in detail that we're debating in this session. Firstly, clauses 1 to 3 on income tax. Income tax is the largest source of government revenue and helps to fund the UK's schools, hospitals and other essential services that we rely on. In the coming year, it's expected to raise £359 billion. Each year, the government has to legislate to charge and set the rates of income tax. The rates of income tax are not being changed by this bill. We're confirming that they will remain the same. Clause 1 imposes a charge to income tax for the coming financial year. Clause 2 sets the main rates of income tax at 20%, 40% and 45%. These will apply to non-savings, non-dividend income taxpayers in England and Northern Ireland. Income tax rates in Scotland and Wales are set by their respective parliaments. And Clause 3 sets the default rates at the same levels of the main rates, namely 20%, 40% and 45%. These rates apply to the non-savings, non-dividend income taxpayers who are not subject to the main rates of income tax, Welsh rates of income tax or the Scottish rates of income tax. Income tax is a vital revenue stream for our public services, and clauses 1 to 3 ensure that it will continue to be so in the year ahead, 26-27. Turning to clauses 4 to 8, which raise tax rates for property, savings and dividend income to ensure... I would give way.
To the Minister for giving way. I wonder, just for the elucidation of the public, who I know he knows will be glued to our proceedings this evening, a couple of things. First of all, he said that debt is falling. Could he just confirm that it's actually sort of levelling off as a share of GDP and possibly may fall slightly by the end of the forecast period, but actually in absolute terms is rising? And when he says that income tax rates aren't changing in this bill, he's technically correct, but fiscal drag means that for hundreds of thousands of people, actually the tax rate on their marginal earnings will change very significantly in the years to come.
Yeah, so it is right to be precise, and I was being precise around the rates themselves, which are not changing. He raises the point of the effective tax rate, which is a point I understand. On the specifics of what I said earlier in the debate, I was talking about borrowing rather than debt. Borrowing is falling significantly over the course of the forecast, fastest in the G7 as far as I'm aware on the latest data. He is right that debt is is broadly stable, but is falling in the year that the fiscal rules are relevant as a share of GDP, which is the traditional way, and I think the more economically relevant way for assessing the stock of government debt as a share of the economy. One of the ways that our country was able to reduce the debt that we took on after the Second World War was through growing our economy and the debt becoming a smaller share of GDP. That's something this government will seek to do through continuing to beat the forecast when it comes to economic growth. Turning to clauses 4 to 8, which raise tax rates for property, savings and dividend income to ensure that income from assets is taxed more fairly. Those with property, savings or dividend income currently pay lower rates of tax than those whose income comes from employment, as they do not pay national insurance contributions. It is not fair, Madam Chair, that the tax system treats these types of income so differently. It's not fair, for example, that a renter pays a lower rate of tax on their income to the landlord who they're renting the property from. And so I would give up. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. Could he confirm if the Treasury has done any analysis on the amount of that tax increase that will be passed on to renters, and if it has, what that's come out with?
The main driver of rental prices in the UK is supply and demand, and this side of the House are seeking to do all we can to reform and improve our planning system to increase the number of homes being built. If members opposite are keen on making sure that we can support households with the cost of living, then I hope they will continue, I hope they maybe would change their approach when it comes to their votes on planning reform in this place, which are vital for supporting families with the cost of living and lowering the cost of renting and owning their own home. This change, as I was saying, will narrow the gap between tax paid on work and tax paid on income from assets. I will, if I may, just try and make a little more progress, but those with small amounts of income from assets will continue to be protected by tax-free allowances, and income from savings and investments held in ISAs will continue to be tax-free. The vast majority of UK taxpayers are unaffected by these changes, as they do not have taxable property, dividend or savings income. Changes to savings and dividend income will apply UK-wide, and the Government has engaged closely with the devolved governments of Scotland and Wales to provide them with the ability to set property income rates in line with their current income tax powers in their fiscal frameworks. Clause 4 will increase the tax rates applicable to dividend income by 2 percentage points for the 26-27 tax year. Clause 5 will increase the tax rates applicable to savings income by the same amount, and clauses 6 and 7 will create separate tax rates for property income, which will apply from the 27-28 tax year. The property basic, higher and additional rates will be set at 22%, 42% and 47% respectively for the 27-28 tax year. Clause 6 will also make changes to the income tax calculation so that general reliefs and allowances will only be applied to property income, savings and dividend income after they have been applied to other sources of income. Clause 8, Madam Chair, will make provision for the Scottish Parliament and the Senate to set devolved property income tax rates. This power will be commenced by the Treasury if the Scottish and Welsh governments agree individually, of course, to take the power, as is the typical process, to protect the powers and responsibilities of devolved governments. Madam Chair, these changes will still ensure that those with the broadest shoulders contribute more. In 2029-30, around 2/3 of the revenue from the increases to the dividend, property and savings tax rates is expected to come from the top 20% of households. Taken together, these measures are projected to yield £2.2 billion in additional tax revenue by 2029-30. Madam Chair, this finance bill is about delivering on choices to protect ordinary workers, choices to cut their energy bills, freeze train fares and prescription charges, and choices to focus on reducing inflation to push down mortgage costs. This finance bill delivers the government's commitment to this country to build a stronger and fairer economy where living standards rise, where child poverty falls, and to ensure public services are improved, with every measure in the finance bill geared towards those high-level goals. The choice at this budget was austerity and decline or investment and renewal, and this Labour government backs investment and renewal. I therefore move that clauses 1 to 8 and schedules 1 and 2 stand part of the bill.
Minister Gareth Davies.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wish to speak on behalf of the official opposition to New Clause 10, New Clause 11 and New Clause 12, with your permission, which stand in my name. But first, I want to set the scene on Clauses 1 to 8. Clauses 1 to 3 impose the charge of income tax and set the main default and savings rate for the next tax year, 2026 to 2027. We should actually remind ourselves that income tax was meant to be a temporary tax back in 1799. It was sold to the British public as a temporary wartime tax. But it has outlived that war, the century, and every promise ever made about it. It should stand as a stark reminder that once taxes are levied, they're not always that easy to undo. I guess there's nothing more permanent than a temporary tax. Now, moving on to clauses 4 to 8. Together, these will implement hikes in the rate of income tax on income from dividends, savings and property in the years to come. Yeah.
Very valid point, and one that my constituents have brought to my attention as well. If you're in the higher tax rate, the amount of interest that they can have for savings rises up to 40%. So those who scrimp and save, who put the money away for a rainy day, they will be penalised. And does the Shadow Minister agree with me that that is absolutely immoral and very, very wrong?
Well, I agree with the honourable gentleman. We are trying to create a savings culture in this country. We're trying to get people to take responsibility, to put their income away for a rainy day, for their retirement. And as I will come on to, it is our position that this bill and the clauses within it do not achieve that. In fact, they do the very opposite. As I was saying, Clause 4 increases the ordinary and upper rates of income tax rate charged on dividend income by 2%, a fact that the Minister seemed to miss out in his opening remarks. The income tax rate hike will apply from the tax year 2026 to 27 onwards. Clause 5 sets the savings rate of income tax for the tax year 27 to 28, again by 2 percentage points higher than this year, and those set within this bill for 2026-27.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Minister. I draw attention to my entry in the register. I wondered if he shared my concern, particularly at the change in the taxation rate on dividends, because more important even than building a savings culture is building an enterprise culture. And of course, by continuing, sadly, this modern trend started under George Osborne of taxing the return on risk, we destroy any idea of having an enterprise culture in the UK. And the less and less people can see that their investment in starting a business or in plant and machinery is going to result in a return that is taxed more likely than unrisky income is, the less likely they are to take that risk.
I have great sympathy with what my right honourable friend is saying. He's right that there is a point at which you overtax risk and overtax enterprise to the point at which they just stop taking risk and stop being enterprising. And I think the trick within the Treasury is to ensure that you can raise enough revenue from a broad base of different taxation to pay for public services.
Well, we're looking for growth.
But you want to try and achieve growth, not by overtaxing growth and growth activity, but by actually incentivising it through other means. So I completely agree with my right honourable friend on that point. And I should say, when I was talking about the increase in tax on dividend income and on savings, this together, these two clauses, will have significant consequences. Not just for those who take risks, but household savers, for pensioners, as well as investors in the companies that my right honourable friend describes. And in fact, Hargreaves Lansdowne has described Clause 5 as, in their words, a shocking tax rise for savers. At the same time, these measures will combine with the Chancellor's cut to the allowances for ISAs. So this finance bill is implementing a double whammy tax on savers. The bill treats savings less like a virtue to be encouraged and more like a habit to be discouraged. We believe this will have a big impact on the savings culture and the financial reality for people across the country. And that's why new Clause 11 calls for the Chancellor to come to this House to make a statement that sets out the impact of all British savers and pensioners, that this overall onslaught, this savers tax hike will have. But of course, it's not just savers who are impacted by this bill. Small and medium-sized businesses, as we were just discussing, the engine of growth up and down the country of every constituency, providing 60% of employment, will feel the pain from these changes. Indeed, the Federation of Small Businesses has been clear that through the measures in Clause 4, this government is continuing to make investing in your own business one of the least tax-friendly things you can do with your own money. Many entrepreneurs and business owners choose to pay themselves part of their income in the form of dividends. And for many years, dividend tax rates have not been set below the main rate by accident or ideology, but rather to reflect the fact that dividend income is paid out of profits that have already been taxed through corporation tax. Yeah. And I'm afraid even the largest businesses, never mind the SMEs, even the largest businesses aren't safe from this. Literally, as soon as the Chancellor announced the changes in Clause 4, investment managers were already warning that this is completely contradictory with the government's stated desire to encourage more investors to hold UK equities, so many of which, by the way, are pretty good income-paying stocks. International investors come to the UK to buy dividend-yielding stocks, and yet this will discourage that even further.
Will the Shadow Minister give way? Yeah. I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister giving way. Would he agree with me that the overall thrust of the government's finance bill and the clauses they're putting forward this evening are to discourage saving, to discourage enterprise, to hit the people that do the right thing, all to fund more welfare spending? This is not a recipe for growth, is it?
And touches on an important point. What is this for? People know they have to pay tax. We may disagree on who pays tax and how much tax, but ultimately, where is this going? It's going to surrender the Chagos Islands. It's going to pay public sector workers eye-watering sums to only see them come on strike once again. I think the hard bit for the general public is understanding where on earth all of this money that is being raised by record tax hikes is actually going. And that is the point that I think the Minister needs to be held to account on today. No explanation has been made for this. We're not in times of COVID. We're not in times of great crisis. This is money that is being raised because Labour are in trouble and Labour are in the pockets of, or the Union is in the pocket of the Labour Party. So I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his intervention. As I was saying, new Clause 10 includes further assessments specifically on domestic equity markets, as I was saying, and institutional investors, because this will have a negative drag effect on the international climate as relates to getting in more investment from institutional investors into UK equities. Finally, Clauses 6 to 8 and Schedules 1 to 2 introduce new rates of income tax altogether, this time on property income. Again, these rates are to be set for the tax year 2027 to 2028 at 2 percentage points higher than the main rate of income tax. Now, members opposite may take great satisfaction in what could be described as a war on landlords, but we should pause and remind ourselves of who many landlords actually are. They're not barons, they're not vast landowners, they're ordinary people doing what we've encouraged them to do for decades, taking responsibility for their own future. They're the couple where one parent works long hours in a steady job, the other juggles work and family life, who save carefully and invest in a small property because they know that the state pension alone might not be enough when they come to retire. It's the retired couple who inherit a modest flat from their parents, not as a windfall, but as a source of security in later life, and rent it out to supplement a fixed income. These are not people gaming the system, as many members opposite have tried to suggest in the past. These are people responding to it. They're good people, and 44 of them are actually Labour MPs. And this new tax doesn't just hit landlords, though. It hits renters too. The British Property Federation and the OBR have both warned that this measure could restrict the supply of private rental properties, adding pressure to an already strained market. The Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors and the National Residential Landlords Association both say that rents will rise faster than might have otherwise been the case as a direct result of this bill. So new Clause 12, in my name, seeks to force the government not to rely on their stereotypes against landlords, but to assess the impact on both the supply and the cost of private rental properties as a result of their new renters' tax. In summary, Madam Chair, these clauses represent a new front in Labour's war on the middle class and aspirational households. In Grantham and Bourne, in Chipping Barnet, and across the country, these clauses impose not one, not two, but 3 income tax rises to the British public, totalling more than £5.5 billion. This isn't a plan for change. It's a savers' tax onslaught, carefully phrased, politely worded, and deeply felt. Same old Labour.
Yeah.
Dr. Jeevun Sandher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I speak, I'd like to draw attention to my register of interests. It's a pleasure to speak in this packed chamber and to the millions of people no doubt watching at home today. I wish today to speak to Clause 4 of this bill, but before I start, I'd also like to thank the member opposite from Mid-Bedfordshire. I seem to recall last year making a slight mistake in this debate and not speaking to a specific clause, and the member very graciously saved me, a young callow youth that I was. So I just want to start by saying thanking him very, very much. I do certainly remember that today. Madam Deputy Speaker, today Britain faces an affordability crisis. Record numbers can't afford a decent living. And on top of that, we face a military crisis. We now have to defend our nation as we haven't had to do for almost a century. On top of that, we're a nation that's deeply divided between those who can afford a decent life and those who cannot. And because of that, we are unable to stand united as one nation to meet this moment and meet these challenges. That is why today I'm speaking in favour of Clause 4, because it is a tax that, yes, it's the wealthiest, but also ensures that we can help to grow this economy and is easily implementable. And I'll cover why that is as we go forward in this debate, Madam Chair, apologies. People in this country are deeply frustrated. They're deeply angry about where this nation is. Record numbers cannot afford a decent living. Just 1/3 feel comfortable with how much they can afford. That is lower than in the financial crisis. It's lower than in austerity. It's the lowest in our lifetimes. And that's why we're seeing such anger on our streets. That's why we're seeing it on our screens. Why we feel it viscerally as constituency MPs. But alongside that, we've seen that while that is also happening, we've seen the wealth in this nation grow, and it's grown dramatically. Wealth as a proportion of GDP has doubled since the 1980s. We see the amount of dividends being paid out more than doubled since 2010. And we've also seen in this nation people who have owner-managers being able to reduce their tax liability by not, of course, drawing out their income through earnings. And that is why it is right that we rebalance the tax burden between earnings and income earned from elsewhere, and especially, Madam Chair, that earned from dividends. What we have seen in this country is a taxation system that has not kept up with the way that our economy has changed. That even as wealth has become far more important in this nation, it has not been taxed commensurately. Whilst income tax and national insurance have increased the share of GDP, we have not seen the same happen for taxes on profits. While we have seen, for example, the amount of wealth as a proportion of GDP double, we've seen the income tax from that wealth only increase by 30%. The income taxes in this nation are being levied on those who are earners, but not being levied on those who are getting their incomes from wealth. And that's why it's entirely right that in this budget and as part of this clause, we ensure that we tax dividends at a greater rate. And I'd like to set out, Madam Chair, why it is that will indeed be a way that both improves growth, that it ensures that we hit the richest and is easily implementable. In terms of improving growth, we've seen that dividend taxation, we've seen that same happen in France. It stops payments going out of the company and instead they ensure they stay in and are invested. We've seen that it hits the wealthiest because 1/5 of those who gain dividends are in the top 1%, and we know it's an easily implementable tax because we're seeing it be implemented in this bill. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Does he believe that increasing taxation on dividends will result in more entrepreneurs taking risks and employing people and growing the economy, or fewer?
Lead to more investment in this country. And I'll say this as well. We see across the world, the people who really invest in this nation, while they create great companies, is because they want the return after tax. And if you have an economy that's growing, if you have more investment, that means more sales, it means more money in your pocket. So I don't accept, I say, the proposition from the honourable member opposite, that by raising this taxation rate, somehow that means less entrepreneurship and less investment in our economy. I believe he wants to get in, yes.
Tim giving away a second time. Is he seriously saying that increasing the rate of tax in dividends will result in more investment in this country?
So, to be clear, we have seen this happen in France, and that is exactly what happened, because the incentive then was for payments to go back inside the company rather than being drawn out in dividends. What we also see in this nation, indeed at the moment, is that payments for owner-earners, they're able to reduce their tax liability by 13% by paying out in dividends. It is a form of income that is effectively earnings, but is not being reported as earnings. So yes, I would say that is the case. And not only would I say it is the case, I would say it's the case the international evidence shows. I take the theoretical point he raises, but in practice, what we have seen is that by raising dividend taxes, it keeps the money in the company and it leads to rising investment rates. This is, Madam Chair, the most important Parliament in a century. And like those who were in this House a century before, we face before us deep, deep challenges. Like those in this House almost a century before, we're seeing the far right on our streets because people cannot afford a decent living. Like those a century before, we face a military dictator in Europe who wishes to redraw borders by force. And like those a century before, in this continent, we now must ensure that we defend ourselves. And it was almost a century before, in this House, that a Conservative Prime Minister would increase taxes on the wealthiest to pay to defend our nation. It was almost a century ago that we taxed the wealthiest to ensure every single person's country had a good job. And it was almost a century ago that we had built a welfare state to ensure every single person could have a decent living and have a stake in this nation. Madam Chair, for our nation to meet this moment, we have to be united. And to be united, every single person has to have a stake in this country. And to have a stake in this country, they need to see and believe that democracy can deliver for them, that they can earn a decent living. And that's why Clause 4, by taxing the wealthiest onto dividends from those who gain their payments from wealth and not those from those who are earning from PAYE, helps ensure that we raise the revenue we need to get investment, to get growth going, and in a way that is easily implementable. I will give way.
For the honourable member for giving way. He said earlier in his speech that this was a tax on the rich because 20% of dividends are paid to the 1% richest people in the country. But that means that 80% are not. Does he not accept that dividends are right at the heart of the savings culture in this country? And if you tax them, you're going to get less savings.
So I'm not sure I quite follow the point there, to be perfectly honest with you, because what's true is that most people's main saving investment, for example, will either be through the pension funds they own, which would be their biggest savings vehicle, if you like, and that wouldn't be subject to dividend taxation in the same way, because you'd buy out at the end and ensure that you have a payment for your product. So I'm not sure I quite follow, but it is possible I've misunderstood the point, to be fair to the honourable member. Madam Chair, I can see there are lots of people trying to get in, so I'll close now to let them. And it's a thrilling topic, which I'm sure we'd all across this House agree. Madam Chair, this is the right thing to do to balance the taxation between earnings, between payments from wealth. It's a long-needed updating of our taxation system. I'm proud of a government that does that. I'm sure we all are. And with that, Madam Chair, I will close.
Your Democrat spokesperson, Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak to clauses 1 to 8 in Schedules 1 and 2, and overall these tax changes increase complexity, raise the tax burden on small businesses and savers, and raise the risk of serious unintended consequences on the property market. They all have the hallmarks of a Treasury tax grab without proper consideration to the broader consequences. When taken together, clauses 4 to 8 really do add more complexity, and concerns have been raised by the Chartered Institute of Taxation and the Association of Taxation Technicians. They highlight that there are now new property rates that add 5 new rates to income tax rates. These are the property basic rate of 22%, the property hire rate of 42%, the property additional rate of 47%, the property trust rate of 47%, and the savings trust rate of 47%. These different rates are going to be applying, different rates will apply to investment returns differently as they will as opposed to savings. Basic and higher dividend rates have been changed, but additional dividend rates have not, without any explanation as to the policy intent behind this. And if the Minister could set that on the record, that would be helpful. The long and short of it is that the Government says that it wants to simplify tax, but these changes are making things more complicated. The Making Tax Digital forms will need to be updated, and what is likely going to happen is that more individuals and more small businesses are going to make more calls to HMRC. Now, recently, research by the House of Commons Library, commissioned by we Liberal Democrats and my honourable friend from Maidenhead, shows that HMRC failed to pick up 1 in 5 taxpayer calls over the last decade, with the tax service leaving the best part of 100 million calls unanswered in the last 10 years. HMRC has failed to pick up 83 million calls from Brits in the last 10 years, with 6 million of those being in just the last year. That is why we have been calling for a new HMRC hotline dedicated to supporting pensioners. This will help those who are among the likeliest to seek tax information over the phone, whilst freeing up capacity for the tax service to deal with other queries, something that is imminent given that these tax changes will result in more phone calls to HMRC. More broadly, Madam Chair, the Federation of Small Businesses has said that hikes to dividend tax mean that the Government continues to make investing in your own business one of the least tax-friendly things you can do with your money. So will the Minister listen to our small businesses which are suffering under a mounting tax burden, not least from the Government's business rates bombshell, and finally give them some respite? And finally, Madam Chair, on new clause 2 tabled in my name, we Liberal Democrats are calling for a review of the impact of Section 7 on rent prices. As a number of honourable members have highlighted today, this amendment would require the Chancellor of the Exchequer to lay before the House a proper assessment of the impact of these tax changes on rent prices. Countless renters across the country will be worried that higher property income tax will simply get passed on to them, making things even worse during the cost of living crisis. We cannot afford to ignore the unintended consequences of any tax policy. So this amendment would require the Government to update the House on some crucial detail about the broader impacts of this measure. What proportion of this tax rise will get passed on to renters according to the Treasury's estimates? Which income groups are most likely to be affected by this tax rise, and which parts of the country will bear the brunt of it? I hope the Minister will agree with me that this information is essential. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and may I thank members on this side, and particularly on this side of the House, for their contributions today. I believe there may be other things going on in the Palace today that have drawn other members of the Labour Party's benches to committee rooms, but I'm very glad that the member for Loughborough has chosen to prioritise speaking in the important finance bill debate today. I thank him very much for that. Madam Chair, I will take a few moments to respond to some of the points just grab that have been raised during this all too brief debate on these important clauses. The opposition spokesperson, I may say, it's always a pleasure to stand opposite him here. and it was enjoyable to have a history lesson rather than a selection of poetry or literary references, as I often get when I stand opposite the Shadow Chancellor. But yeah, he notes correctly that income tax was originally introduced as a temporary measure. I've been running through in my mind the taxes that were introduced by the 2010-24 government that were initially announced as temporary but are still with us. But I won't comment on them for reasons he may understand. He mentioned my constituency, and I thank the opposition spokesperson for giving me a chance to talk briefly about chipping Barnet, because he did mention, Madam Chair, what are these tax rises for? And I can tell him that the area that I know best, the NHS waiting lists, are falling, and falling for the first time in a very long time. I can tell him that the number of police officers are increasing after having been cut significantly. We're opening breakfast clubs in primary schools, and those changes that are happening in my patch are happening across the country. The investment in our public services, Madam Chair, that have been enabled by the tax changes that this government has made to raise revenue in a sustainable and fair way in order to ensure that we can fund our public services and keep borrowing on a downward trajectory. The opposition spokesperson also raised the issue, the change on taxation for landlord income, the 2 percentage point increase. I fully understand, as does he, that there are many reasons why people end up becoming landlords, and we want to make sure that the taxation is fair and is reasonable, and that's why landlords do not pay national insurance in the way that their tenants do, and we have taken steps to reduce, but not to close in full, the gap in tax treatment there by the 2 percentage point increase. It will still be the case that landlords will typically pay a lower rate of tax than their tenants, but that will be that gap will be reduced by the measures that were set out today. The opposition spokesperson and other members opposite have raised in interventions, Madam Chair, the changes on dividend taxation. The main takeaway from the Office for Budget Responsibility on these measures is that they do not expect the changes to dividend taxation that were announced at the budget a few short weeks ago to have a significant impact on business investment, and business investment is forecast to continue to grow over the course of the OBR's 5-year forecast horizon, which is good news, because one of the things that we know we need to do in this country is turn around the long-term weakness in investment, both public and private sector, that's driven our long-term productivity and growth underperformance over the last 30 years. And this is an issue that both parties should take, both major parties and the Liberal Democrats for their time in the first 5 years of the coalition, I may add, should take responsibility for. I believe in 24 of the last 30 years, though that may now be 1 year out of date. I'll have to update it for next time. The UK has had the lowest rate of investment of any G7 economy. And until we can start to turn that around through higher public and higher private sector investment, our economy won't be able to be firing on all cylinders as this government would like it to continue to be doing. Madam Chair, welcome to your place, and let me now turn in the time that we have to discuss the specific amendments and changes to clauses that have been moved. So turning first to new clause 2 and new clause 12. New clause 2 asks the government, within 3 months of this act coming into force, to lay before the House of Commons an assessment of the impact of implementation of section 7 of this act on rent prices. New clause 12 seeks to make the government, within 6 months of this act coming into force, publish an assessment of the impact of the changes introduced by sections 6, 7 and 8 of this act on the private rental sector in England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. As members in this House will be aware, Office for Budget Responsibility engages closely with the Treasury on the potential impacts of policy measures as part of standard budget processes, and the OBR does not expect that the reform to property income will have a significant impact on rental prices in the forecast horizon. As I was discussing earlier, the economic literature points to rental prices being determined by the balance of supply and demand in the market, not just the cost facing landlords. And the housing market has proven to be more resilient than expected in 25, and as interest rates fall further, that should, we would hope, reduce costs for landlords too. The Government is committed, Madam Chair, to building 1.5 million new homes in this Parliament. A year ago, we announced major changes to the National Planning Policy Framework forecast by the OBR to deliver 170,000 additional homes and add £6.8 billion to the economy in 2029-30, the largest upgrade to the size of the economy through a non-fiscal measure that the OBR had ever scored. That will raise the supply of housing, as this Government is doing through its ambitious programme of reform, and that is the route to improving housing affordability for tenants up and down the country. And I would encourage members opposite who are expressing an interest today in making sure that rents stay low on a sustainable basis for their for tenants to support the Government in its efforts to reform the planning system rather than focus narrowly just on one relatively modest change to taxation. On the request to report back in the coming months, a tax information impact note has been published in the standard way for UK-wide changes to the tax system, and the Treasury will continue, of course, to monitor the rental market. New clauses 2 and 12 should therefore be rejected. Madam Chair, turning now to new clause 10, which asks the Government within 6 months of this Act coming into force to make a statement to the House on the impact of the dividend tax measures on household savings decisions, domestic equity market, institutional investors and outcomes for savers and pensioners. To be clear, institutional investors are not affected by UK personal dividend taxation. Of course, I respect and understand that others are. But overall, the OBR, as I said, does not expect the changes to dividend tax announced at the budget will have a significant impact on business investment. And they say that real business investment will increase on average by 0.75% a year between 2026 and the end of the decade. The Government wants to encourage investment in productive assets as well as saving, which is why everyone can contribute up to £20,000 a year into stocks and shares, ISAs, with all returns entirely tax-free. The vast majority of pensioners do not have taxable dividend income and will pay no more tax as a result of this change. All UK residents benefit from a tax-free dividend allowance in addition to the £12,570 personal allowance, which means you pay no tax on the first £500 of dividend income above your personal allowance. And yes, all dividends received on assets held within ISAs continue to be entirely tax-free. Information on expected impacts of this measure have already been published in the Tax Information Impact Note. Clause 10, new Clause 10, should be rejected. Madam Chair, turning to new Clause 11, which asks the Government within 6 months of this Act coming into force to make a statement on the impact of the savings measures on household savings decisions and outcomes for savers. As members in this House know, most UK taxpayers are entitled to a personal savings allowance on top of their standard personal allowance. Basic rate taxpayers can receive £1,000 of saving interest without paying tax, and higher rate taxpayers can receive £500 without paying tax on top of the personal allowance. Those with low earned incomes also benefit from the starting rate for savings. If your non-savings and non-dividend income is less than £17,570, the Government provides a 0% tax rate that allows individuals to receive up to £5,000 of savings interest tax-free. Even after these changes, the vast majority of taxpayers will continue to pay no tax whatsoever on their savings income. A basic rate taxpayer could hold approaching £40,000 in savings without paying tax on the interest earned. That's £25,000 in a savings account, paying 4% interest, which would exhaust their personal savings allowance, plus another £12,000 in a cash ISA each year. That's a significant amount, and a significantly and much more than many people in this country are able to save. You know, many families in this country struggle, Madam Chair, to put away more than £10 a month. And we in this place are doing all we can to raise living standards for those families, increasing the national living wage from April, and having done so last year too, supporting pensioners with increases in the state pension with the triple lock, which will increase the state pension significantly over the course of this Parliament. And they're the steps that we can take to help support people to have more disposable income, to be able to save more when they would like to. Once again, on this point, a tax information and impact note has also been published in the standard way for UK-wide changes to the tax system, and the government keeps tax changes under review in the normal. I'm not sure whether the honourable member would like to intervene. I would really welcome. I couldn't quite tell. Was that no? Okay, maybe later. Now, Madam Chair, I can turn to the contributions from my friend, my honourable friend, the member for Loughborough. His speech, which I was hoping, I may add, was going to be even longer. I'm somewhat disappointed not to have heard more from him today. It provided, Madam Chair, a clear exposition of the benefits of the modest changes that the government has set out in the clauses of the Finance Bill that we're debating in this section of today's Committee of the Whole House. I would very happily give way on that point.
I thank you very much for giving way. Was my honourable friend surprised that the benches opposite spoke about the complexity of implementing Clause 4, when it is simply a measure of changing the rate on dividend taxation and doesn't actually lead to any more burden on in terms of filing your taxes?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my honourable friend, the member for Loughborough, for that intervention, which gives me a chance to repeat clearly to the House that these changes are a 2 percentage point increase, so the tax rates will increase from 20 to 22, and from 40 to 42, and from 45 to 47. This isn't adding a significant or really any additional complication into the tax system. Instead, it is changing the rates in a way that is fair, closes the taxation treatment, closes the difference in taxation treatment between those who receive their income from employment compared to those who receive their income from assets. Madam Chair, the speech by the member for Loughborough was really helpful, both in bringing comparative evidence to the debate, which I hope he will send my way for review, and I believe members opposite who asked about changes made in other countries may be interested to read that evidence too. He also provided a helpful exposition on the economic theory sitting behind some of the changes here, and the need to make sure that our taxation system is incentivising people to make investments and to make good decisions for the long-term health of our economy. And I think a crucial point that he touched on, but it is worth making clearly, is that there are many tax experts and tax commentators who have repeatedly pointed out that one of the challenges in the UK's taxation system is that we do treat the income received from different sources very differently, and that can lead to distortions within our tax system. And it is better to make sure that we are doing what we can to reduce the gaps between tax treatment and different sorts of income. Members opposite have helpfully been making some utterances which I'll be happy to refer to. They've been shouting out the word risk, and of course I would make the point that there is still an incentive here within the system. The taxation levels haven't closed completely. Yes, it is smaller. The honourable members are gesturing as such, and they are correct that the gap has been closed. But there are still significant incentives for people to set up their businesses and set up their income streams in certain ways in order to increase their income. Let me now turn to the contributions from the member for St Albans. She helpfully mentions the performance of HMRC, the department for which I am the Minister with responsibility for. And she is right that we need to focus, have a laser focus on customer service. The performance in terms of missed calls that aren't picked up because someone hangs up before they answer, is improving. It is improving under this government, and I think that is progress. The honourable member did specifically raise the performance of HMRC in her remarks, and I think it would only be right and proper for me to mention that too. And again, she raised the impact of these changes on rents, where, of course, the government will continue to look and monitor the impact of taxation changes on the rental market, Madam Chair. But I would say that one of the crucial things we can do to support private renters is to increase the supply of housing to, in the long term, push down the price of rents. And then, Madam Chair, to begin to conclude, was that intervention I heard from pardon? Was there Madam Chair, to begin to conclude, I hope I have been able to. I will happily give way to my honourable friend.
And no doubt members opposite would also like to intervene after I've made my intervention. Can we say, does the Minister agree that we in this House do absolutely prize the contribution of business people about the stuff they do, and we are here to work productively to ensure that actually workers and business both contribute to the prosperity of this nation? I'm really proud of what business people do. I come from a family of business people who have invested, who have created a nation, who have created employment, and then also on the other side, of course, ensure that the benefits are paid both to themselves and indeed to our wider economy.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, giving me the chance to reiterate this government's focus on economic growth and on providing economic stability. Last year, the OBR forecast that the economy would grow by 1%, but they revised that up to 1.5%. That's a 50% increase in our growth forecast. Of course, we need to continue to redouble our efforts as a government, going further and faster when it comes to supporting economic growth so that we can have living standards rising in every single part of the country. That's core to this government's plan. We don't want to see people continue to suffer. The last Parliament was the worst on record for living standards. It's no surprise that the British people decided to boot out the party opposite and replace them with a government that is laser-focused on improving the cost of living and improving living standards for people. That is both through the changes that the government is making, including in the finance bill to support our public finances, but also, as my honourable friend mentions, to continue to partner with business to unlock private sector investment and to increase economic growth. The changes that we're making to planning don't just support more houses being built and more residential development, which of course we need for reasons that we've discussed in this debate, but they should also make it easier for us to be able to build large infrastructure projects to support economic growth, to build new nuclear power stations, which continually weren't invested in by the party opposite, and to be able to get our long-term growth and productivity rate up in this country. by keeping the clauses unchanged in this bill, we will raise additional revenue from those who are undertaxed relative to most employees. As I said, the changes on dividend savings and property income will raise, Madam Chair, an additional £2.2 billion in the coming years, which will help us repair and improve our public finances. And also, these changes, Madam Chair, will enable us to reduce, and we are to go on to talk about this shortly, to reduce the contribution that we are asking of working people through changes to the threshold freezers. Because by making changes like these, like the change to electric vehicles through the introduction of the EVED, like the reduction in the relief for those who are selling their businesses to employee ownership trusts, we are. I've got some paper here. We are making it possible to reduce the ask of working people. And, you know, that is in sharp contrast to the position set out by the Shadow Chancellor, who said that if he was in Labour's position, he would be increasing the rates of income tax. Rather than doing that, Madam Chair, we will ensure that this government stays true to its manifesto commitments on tax and the public finances, with borrowing falling in every year of the OBR's forecast. I therefore urge the House to reject new Clause 2 and 10 to 12, and I beg to move, Madam Chair, that Clauses 1 to 6 and Schedule 1, Clauses 7 and 8 and Schedule 2 stand part of the bill.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With leave of the House, I shall put together the questions that Clauses 2 and 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clauses 2 and 3 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the question that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the question that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the question that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clauses 7 and 8 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Yes. The question is that Schedule 2 be the second schedule to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. It's new clause. New clause 12 has been selected for a separate decision. Gareth Davies to move new clause 12 formally. Section 6, 7. The question is that. Sorry. Sections 6 to 8 in Schedules 1 and 2 impact on the private rental sector. The question is that new clause 12 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Lincoln Jopp, Alicia Cairns. Tellers for the noes, Jake Richard, Imogen Walker. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 167. The noes to the left, 350.
The ayes to the right were 167. The noes to the left were 350. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. With apologies, the question is that Schedule 1 be the first schedule to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now come to freezing of allowances, and we begin with we begin with clause 9, stand part, with which it will be convenient to consider the clauses stand part and new clauses on the selection paper. The question is that clause 9 stand part of the bill. I call the Minister.
I thought someone was looking to be the Minister there, but maybe one day. Madam Chair, before I open this second session of debate on the Finance Bill, I want to reflect on why we make changes to the tax system. And I'm looking forward to no interventions at all on this speech from members opposite, as they seem to have dried up on their interventions in the last speech. So maybe they've finished with them now. Of course, we make these changes to modernise the tax system, to make it fit for purpose, to make it fair, and to adapt to a changing world. But we also make these changes so we can raise the funds to fund our public services. Yes, this bill does hold thresholds constant at the end of the decade, but doing so contributes to us being able to renew our public services while maintaining the highest levels of public investment in 4 decades to stimulate economic growth and ensuring that those with the broadest shoulders pay their fair share, Madam Chair. I will give way. It's good to see the...
The Chancellor in her first budget, when she looked at this, said it would have been a breach of her manifesto. Does the Minister believe this is a breach of the manifesto?
Minister.
This government has stuck to its manifesto commitments. We were very clear about the change, about not wanting to change the rates of income tax. I've been in discussions with members opposite about the wording of our manifesto, and I'm glad that members from the Conservative Party have taken such interest in it. We are sticking to our commitments. These tax changes, those we're discussing now and others, will allow us to do things such as lifting 550,000 children out of poverty at this Parliament by removing the 2-child limit, expanding free breakfast clubs and free school meal eligibility. They allow us to cut waiting lists. They allow us to cut the cost of living, delivering £150 off energy bills. And all of this would be threatened by those opposite who don't support the taxes needed to fund decent public services. This finance bill, I will give way. I will give way. Yes.
Minister, and I wonder if the Minister could explain why in Devon there is £300 million worth of cuts this year to our NHS, whether it's hospital trusts, our partnership trust that looks after mental health, or our integrated care board. £300 million worth of cuts. Please explain.
Minister.
I'm not able to comment on the specific figures that he's just raised, but overall, the government is spending significantly more sums on the NHS in this Parliament each year. That is enabled by the changes to taxation that we've announced at this and in previous budgets. And I would say that one of the challenges that the National Health Service has today is that we have underinvested in the capital within the NHS for too long. That's meant that the day-to-day spending is having to take more of the strain. And so often what happened in recent years is that capital budgets were raided, including, I would mention when both both Conservative and Liberal Democrat were in coalition. It was the capital budgets that were cut, which has left us with some of the difficult situations that we're in now, and that's why this government is seeking to turn that around through... I should give way over here, and then I shall happily come back later.
Sammy Wilson.
The Minister is trying to make a brave face of why a manifesto commitment has been broken, namely that people are going to pay more in income tax despite the promises that were made. But does he recognise that for many people, this isn't money to renew public services? This is money squandered on giving compensation to foreign governments for land which we owned, held in Chagos Islands and now are paying for. It's money which is going to be spent on an ID system which is totally unnecessary and will not serve the purpose which it's meant to serve, and money spending on net zero commitments which again have destroyed our economy and have added little to the benefits to the public.
Minister.
He's of course welcome to express his views on a range of policies. I would say on the final issue, when it comes to net zero and our transition to a cleaner and greener economy, the independent analysis, the Government's Climate Change Committee and the Office for Budget Responsibility themselves in their long-term fiscal risk report have spoken very clearly about how not making that transition, both in the UK and internationally, comes with larger costs in the long term for the public finances due to climate change and to growing costs of adaptation. So it is clear that we do need to make that change, both for the environment but also for the long-term health of our public finances. And I would say the OBR's fiscal risk report is always a good read. I hope he and as I am looking forward to the next edition when it comes in the summer. Firstly, I will give way, and then I should, for all concerned, given we have two more sessions, this one and a subsequent, I should make some more progress, but I will give way.
More important than the points made by our honourable friend is that I read recently that the average family is paying £12,000 in tax to cover the benefit bill. Now, this is really important because we're taxing entrepreneurial people more, and perhaps they're going to work a little less harder, so we're getting all poorer. So I just pray that the government will have the guts to return to its original proposals, which the Chancellor dropped in the light of pressure, to try and get people back into work, encourage them back into work, but that also means having to cut the benefit bill. So I do encourage the government to be true to their original word.
I would agree with him on one point, and that is that the welfare system that we inherited was failing, and that we, in this government, need to correct the mistakes that were made when it came to having welfare spending running out of control, as it did when the honourable member, the Shadow Chancellor, was himself the DWP Secretary. We do need to look carefully at the welfare system and make reforms that support people into work and make sure that the increases in the budgets that are forecast are sustainable for the public finances. I would agree with him on that point. I haven't heard that specific statistic before, but I would caution on those statistics which often appear in the press. Many of the welfare claimants up and down this country are pensioners receiving the state pension. I do not know whether that figure includes the state pension, something that we all, on all sides of the House, with the exception of the Shadow Chancellor, support when it comes to the triple lock. And also includes much of the welfare payments that go to families who have someone who are in work. We are trying to reduce the need to support working families with welfare payments through increases to the national living wage and steps taken to boost productivity in this country. But it is a misrepresentation, I would say, and I wouldn't accuse the member of doing that. But to use the word welfare as a catch-all when many of those who receive support from the state do really need and benefit in a reasonable way from that support, including those who lose their jobs, who we support through job seekers allowance, for example. Let me turn to the clauses in this section of the... may I make a bit of... go on, I will give... I haven't given way to a Liberal Democrat yet, but I really should make progress.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I will be very brief, and he could give me a one-word answer, potentially, to my intervention. In 2024, the Chancellor said that she came to the conclusion extending threshold freeze would hurt working people. So, to take the Chancellor's words, does he agree that he is proposing to hurt working people today?
Minister.
I would encourage the honourable member to have listened to the words that I just said earlier in the speech. That I and this government are not shying away from the fact that at the end of the decade we are freezing income tax thresholds for a further 3 years after, I believe, 7 years that they were frozen. I think I'm recalling that correctly, under the previous government. That decision does enable us to raise more revenue, the amount set out by the OBR, but it does so, firstly, at the end of the decade, secondly, in a way that means that we can stick to our manifesto commitments not to increase the rates of tax, which was our clear commitment, and we have looked across the tax system. I'm sure members on the opposition front bench will enjoy with me when we're in a finance bill committee going through line by line the other changes that we've made in the taxation system to reduce the ask that we're making of people via the extension of the threshold freeze at the end of the decade. Right, Madam Chair, let me get to these specific clauses. Clause 9 maintains the starting rate for the savings limit at its current level of £5,000 from the 2026-7 tax year until the 6th of April 2031. The starting rate for savings must be legislated for each year to confirm the band of savings income to which it applies. In addition to the starting rate for savings, where eligible individuals can earn up to £5,000 in savings income free of tax, savers are supported by the personal savings allowance, which provides up to £1,000 of tax-free savings income for basic rate taxpayers. Savers can also continue to benefit from the annual ISA allowance of £20,000. Taken together, as a result of these measures, in 25-26, around 85% of savers pay no tax whatsoever on their savings income. Turning to Clause 10, which maintains the income tax thresholds for 3 years from April 28 to April 2031. As we've already discussed, the government is freezing these thresholds to maintain funding for NHS, to enable us to reduce debt, and it is doing this in part through this decision. If I may just make a little bit of progress. I've already taken 2 interventions that happen to be on this exact point. We know that this will have a broad-based effect, but as I've said, we are making other changes so we can make the ask as low as possible on those who will be affected by this change. We're making lots of changes to ensure that those with the broadest shoulders pay their fair share. And I think this is a fair and necessary decision to raise revenue, to fund public services and to restore economic stability. I'll happily take a first intervention from the government benches. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for giving way. He will know, because I'm sure it's happened to him as well. I've been contacted by a number of pensioners who are very concerned that they will be paying tax on their state pension for the very first time. Can the Minister explain then which pensioners will be affected by the freeze in allowances and how any exemptions might apply?
The Chancellor has been clear about this. I think she was clear about it very soon after the budget in her interview with Martin Lewis, I believe it was, which I'm sure my honourable friend saw, that those whose income is only the basic state pension will not be paying tax on that during the course of this Parliament. Yes, just getting back to where I was in my speech, Madam Chair. The changes to the personal allowance will apply to the whole of the UK. The changes to the basic rate limit and the higher rate threshold will apply to non-property, non-savings and non-dividend income in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. The Scottish Parliament sets income tax rates and limits for Scottish taxpayers. Alongside maintaining the national insurance contribution thresholds for the same period, this will raise £7.8 billion in 2029-30, helping to fund public services and restore economic stability. I'm just turning, Madam Chair, to clause 69, which provides that the inheritance tax nil rate bands will continue at current levels in 2030-31. There were 2 nil rate bands for inheritance tax. The nil rate band has been £325,000, as members opposite will know, since 2009-10. The residence nil rate band has been £175,000 since 2020-21. Subject to reliefs and exemptions, inheritance tax is payable if the net value of an estate exceeds these thresholds. Madam Chair, the previous government froze these thresholds until April 28. The government fixed these thresholds at these levels for a further 2 years at the autumn budget in 2024, and this government fixes the nil rate thresholds for a further year until 2031, consistent with the decisions to maintain other personal tax thresholds until April 2031. Madam Chair, in conclusion, the clauses debated today are fair and necessary, fiscally responsible, and will raise the revenue needed to fix the public finances and funding public services. Public services like our NHS, our schools and our police force, and they will fund vital changes to bring 500,000 children out of poverty. We will not let members... I will give way on that point.
I'm extremely grateful. I'm extremely grateful to the Minister for giving way. He's tried to make the case that the freezing of thresholds is progressive. But what he hasn't mentioned in this intervention, understandably, is the freezing of student loan thresholds. There is strong evidence that that will cause lower-earning graduates to have to pay much more back over the duration of their graduate loans. Can the Minister explain why the Treasury has taken a £6 billion benefit to the asset balance sheet in 26-27 through this measure? And can he convince me and my constituents that that is any way fair and progressive?
The honourable member does raise the change that was announced at the budget on student loan thresholds. In the round, the government has looked at different parts of our taxation system and our benefit system too, for example, on the changes to Motability, to make sure that we are raising the revenue and the funds that we need in a proportionate and a reasonable way. And the measures that we're debating here in this finance bill session today do enable us to do that. Madam Chair, I will not let members opposite who repeatedly voted to freeze thresholds until 2028 when they are in government try to rewrite history today as we debate these clauses. And I therefore move the clauses 9 and 10 and 69 stand part of the bill.
Shadow Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to speak to new clause 13, new clause 14 and new clause 15, which stand in my name. But first, I'd like to cover what the clauses within this section actually mean for British taxpayers, and if you'll forgive me, I'll do so slightly out of numerical order. Clause 9 sets the starting rate limit for savings for tax years 2026 to 2027, to 2030 to 2031, keeping it fixed at £5,000. This is an important allowance for so many with relatively low incomes, including those who are part-time or retired. Clause 69 fixes the various inheritance tax thresholds at their current level for a further one tax year, 2030 to 2031. And Clause 10 freezes the amount of the basic rate limit for income tax at £37,700 and sets the personal allowance at £12,570 for the tax years 28-29, 29-30 and 30-31. According to the Office for Budget Responsibility, the Labour government's freeze to income tax thresholds will raise around £7.6 billion in 29-30 alone, and more than 12 billion in 2031. This is a £23 billion tax rise and a £23 billion broken promise delivered through Clause 10 alone. And the OBR is clear. 920,000 more people will be pushed into the higher rate, and 780,000 more people will be pushed into income tax altogether. Now, Madam Chair, we've already heard the Minister try to explain away Labour's breach of the promises they made to the British people. And the best the Chancellor can manage is to say that it isn't her fault, because she was very clear in the small print. A technicality dressed up as an excuse. But people aren't stupid. It wouldn't be quite so embarrassing if the Chancellor herself hadn't proclaimed so theatrically in her first disastrous budget that extending the threshold freeze would hurt working people. Yet here we are. It is no surprise the Prime Minister is breaking records for unpopularity. Our new Clause 13 will ensure that the government undertakes an assessment of the impact of Clause 10 on the average earner, because we all know that working people will hurt very badly by this clause. I will give way to the honourable gentleman, but I hope he's not going to try and ask me why we froze the thresholds, because he will know that we did so under tremendous pressure, given the COVID pandemic and the debt that we accrued in the economy. We are in a very different scenario now. I'm sure that's not what he's going to intervene on me about.
No, Madam Deputy Speaker, that wasn't what I was going to initially ask, but I am glad that we've already got to the it was all COVID's fault argument so early in this section of the debate from the Honourable Gentleman. I was going to ask whether the Honourable Gentleman has an in-principle objection to the freezing of the rate, or whether he has an objection to the fact that he thinks it somehow is a breach of the Labour Party manifesto, because those two things are different, and I would be genuinely interested to know whether he actually has no issue with the rate being frozen and more people paying tax as they earn more money, or whether this is about the party politics of previous manifesto commitments.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the points that the honourable gentleman is making, but I will say that as the official opposition, speaking on behalf of millions of people who were told that this would not happen, they voted for a party that told them that they would not be increasing taxes on working people. And the Chancellor to stand at that dispatch box just a year ago to repeat that claim and then to go back on it is unacceptable. And whether I agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. We have to represent the millions of people who were, frankly, let down and misled by this government. That is our job, to hold the government to account as to why they've broken that promise, but also where the money is going to. What is this about, I ask the government? Is it about giving up sovereignty, giving up the Chagos Islands, paying off public sector unions for them to only then go on strike once again? What is this about? There are two issues here. First, the public were told that this would not happen. Secondly, now that it is happening, the party opposite, the government, are spending that money recklessly. That is unacceptable, and that is the job of the official opposition to hold the government to account. But finally, Madam Chair, there's an elephant in the room. From April 2026, the state pension rises by 4.8%. The new state pension will sit below the personal allowance next year. But that changes in 2027-2028, when for the first time people whose only income is the state pension will be dragged into paying income tax. The Chancellor, when challenged on this after the budget, said she'll protect pensioners from paying small amounts of tax, and the Minister just repeated that now. Fine, but where is it? It isn't in the bill. Not in Clause 10, not anywhere in 535 pages of the finance bill. And as far as I can see, it hasn't even been costed. So I have a straightforward question. In fact, I've got two questions for the Minister. What is the Treasury's assessed cost of this promise, as the honourable gentleman opposite was asking? And how will it actually be delivered in practice?
Would you weigh on that point?
Yeah.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister giving way. The other point is, what is small tax? What is the definition of a small tax being raised over it? Are we talking £100, £1,000? The government hasn't even set that out. The Chancellor has just come up with a term that we have no reference for, no use for, and no understanding of when setting tax policy for this country.
Yeah. My honourable friend is absolutely right, and that's why I want to ask the Minister, like he does, how will this be delivered? What is the definition of what she has described, albeit to the media? How is this going to work, and why isn't it in this finance bill? We know that when they've spoken before, they've not stuck to it. Of course.
Would you accept that whether it's a small tax or a large tax, the Chancellor made the promise there'd be no tax on people who went out to work every day and no increase of tax on pensioners? So it's not really a question of the degree, it's a question of, is the promise being broken? And clearly, from even what the Minister said tonight, the promise is going to be broken.
Exactly. I have nothing to add to that, Madam Chair. He puts it so perfectly. I will tell him our new Clause 14 requires a proper assessment of Clause 10's impact, though, on state pensioners. And new Clause 15 requires an assessment of the cost of the Chancellor's so-called exemption from small amounts of tax. Let her define that in a piece of legislation. I don't think she'll be able to, because, Madam Chair, Clause 10 is simple. Another Labour tax promise has been broken, and pensioners will pay the price. I hope that across the House, members can see this, can see what's happened here, and vote with the official opposition tonight.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These stealth taxes were started by the Conservatives and are being continued by Labour. When Liberal Democrats were in government, we made sure to raise the income tax thresholds, taking people out of paying the tax. But it's clear that the two biggest parties continue to drag more people into paying tax. By 2030, an extra 9.4 million people will be dragged into paying the basic and higher rate of income tax, according to the OBR. Of those, 1.7 million people will be dragged due to this government's decision at the last budget. And by 2031, the stealth taxes introduced by the Conservatives and continued by Labour will be costing British taxpayers an eye-watering £67 billion a year. 13 billion of that was a result of last November's budget. To put it into perspective, Madam Chair, in a two-person household where someone earns £26,000 and someone earns £60,000 a year, over the decade of Conservative and Labour stealth taxes, the lower of those earners will lose the equivalent of an entire year's pay due to frozen tax thresholds. Wiping out an entire year's pre-tax salary for a typical earner is devastating for household finances. It's staggering to realise that this decade of frozen thresholds will cost what is broadly a typical two-earner family a staggering £26,800. The OBR says 1 in 4 adults will be higher rate taxpayers by 2031, up from 1 in 7 in 2022. This represents an additional 5.7 million people, including 920,000 dragged into the higher rate band as a result of the Chancellor's latest 3-year extension. It is clear, Madam Chair, that it is really important that people understand that this is happening. And that is why we Liberal Democrats have tabled new Clause 3, in order that people are notified about how they will be affected by these frozen thresholds. This new clause would require the Chancellor to properly communicate to people the impact of frozen tax thresholds. One of the most damaging aspects of this tax rise is that it goes unnoticed by so many. Unlike other tax changes, the stealth tax doesn't show up on people's pay slips, and too many people are simply unaware that they are paying more tax due to government decisions. So this new clause would require the Chancellor to be transparent with taxpayers and directly write to them, explaining in black and white the impact that frozen thresholds will have on their paychecks. And as many other members have said, Madam Chair, there is huge concern amongst pensioners about what it will mean for them. In a recent meeting with the Chartered Institute of Taxation, it was highlighted to me that it's not clear who will qualify for this treatment. The way the system is set up suggests that we could have pensioners who receive the same amount of income, but from different sources, could end up paying different rates of tax. Now, many of us like Martin Lewis, but we cannot rely on the fact that the Chancellor has done a podcast with him in order to communicate clearly to every single pensioner about how they will be impacted by the government's changes. So I urge the Minister, please adopt our very simple new Clause 3, because the government has said that it wants to make the tax system more transparent. So if ministers truly want to be honest with people, they should accept this simple amendment and just write to those people who are affected by these policies.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A budget is the most important set of choices that a government can make, and Clause 10 is a choice by this government. And I oppose Clause 10 because it extends the freeze on the personal income tax allowance and the basic rate limit for a further 3 years, from 2028 to 2031. This means that rates will have been frozen for 10 years. The choice in this budget, as in all others, was clear. Will spending be controlled, or will taxes be raised? And for the second year running, this Labour Chancellor chose higher taxes. In 2024, the Chancellor said that to extend this freeze would be to break her manifesto commitment not to raise the level of income tax. But at this budget, she did it anyway. At the last election, the government promised growth. They promised not to raise taxes on working people and to fund public services through a stronger economy. But from the moment they took office, they have done the opposite. Labour have expanded welfare without reform, handed out huge pay deals without productivity gains, and piled costs and regulations onto employers. And when the inevitable bill came, what did they do? They reached into the taxpayer's wallet. So these tax rises are a political choice. The consequences of these choices are clear. Taxes on working people are at record highs, growth is sluggish, and unemployment has risen consistently since the election. Record numbers are now trapped outside the labour market on benefits with no requirement and little incentive to seek work at all. Those who do the right thing, who work hard to provide for their families, now face higher tax bills to fund an ever larger welfare state. I'm happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making an excellent speech, but doesn't he agree that it's actually very damaging for our mid-learners, where the number of people that are being dragged into essentially a fiscal drag into taxation goes from 15% in 2010 to 24% by 2030? That's bad for the economy, isn't it?
My honourable friend makes a valuable point, and in fact he anticipates my next point, which is that teachers in my constituency have written to me saying that they will be pushed into the higher rate tax bracket by 2030, paying 40% on any extra work they do, for example, marking exams during the summertime, and saying it's not worth it anymore. And many pensioners in my constituency, people who have worked and saved all their lives, people who have done the right thing, are now set to be punished too. Clause 10 will drag more pensioners with modest private pensions into the tax system. Freezing allowances will mean more pensioners paying tax on their income from savings. Anyone with income from a private pension or income from savings will now face having to fill out a tax return, and this number will only grow when Clause 10 takes effect. Unlike those in work, pensioners cannot put in more hours or ask for a pay rise. They are victims of this government's failure to control public expenditure. And where is all this extra money that Clause 10 will raise going to go? In rises in welfare expenditure, with uprating universal credit, the rise in the amount of people claiming health-related benefits, and now the scrapping of the two-child benefit cap. More and more families are finding it less beneficial to work. Madam Chairman, Clause 10 is perverse. It discourages work and entrenches dependency. Labour says it is all about fairness and compassion, but in truth, it is the opposite, because the best way to alleviate poverty is through work. And that is exactly what Labour's budget seeks to discourage. There is another choice. Had the Chancellor chosen to control public expenditure, then Clause 10 wouldn't be necessary. She could have chosen to make work pay. She could have chosen to reduce our welfare bill, to increase productivity in the public sector, and used savings to pay down debt and protect taxpayers. But she chose not to, because when faced with difficult decisions, this government's guiding principle is its own survival. Surviving the next vote, the next headline, the next rebellion by Labour backbenchers. This government has now U-turned on headline policies 12 times, which by the Prime Minister's own admission meets the definition of serial incompetence. So the people paying the price for this incompetence are working people, pensioners, and everyone who has ever worked hard and done the right thing to provide for themselves and their families. It is no wonder that my constituents are so livid with this government, and that is why I shall oppose Clause 10, which is the cornerstone of this budget on Benefit Street.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Chair. And it's a shame that the member for Poole isn't still in the chamber, because he, for me, has hit the nail on the head and asked the question that I'm keen to get answered, and the reason why I've come into this debate specifically, because it is about that freezing of the thresholds and what the impact will be on pensioners. Because I, too, am worried about pensioners suddenly being brought in to pay tax and also having to do a tax return. I'm glad the Minister saw the podcast or the interview with Martin Lewis, because the Chancellor was very, very clear, so he has to try and answer the questions, because when Martin Lewis put it to her about this case, the Chancellor said, if you just have a state pension, we are not going to make you fill in a tax return of any type. Great. How? How does that work? What does that look like? Where is that written down? She also went on to say, in this Parliament, they won't have to pay the tax. We are looking at a simple workaround at the moment. Now, that was back in November. So my curiosity was pricked to think maybe it will be in the Finance Bill number 2 at the committee stage. Yet, as the front bencher pointed out on our side, 535 pages, I believe it was, and there's no answer. So I'm pleased to have the opportunity to ask on behalf of my constituents in the country to the Minister, how is he going to answer that question? What is the work around that is in play? Because if it's there, we should like to see it. And is there an impact assessment that goes with it to understand, will people have to do a tax return? How many people will have to do a tax return? If they won't have to do a tax return, how are we going to know whether or not they need to pay the tax? Is it simply going to be part of a PAYE? This is a solution that you could move it. They already make adjustments. Are we going to actually simply say it is an easement and write it off? But then we're into the problem of the Chancellor talking about small tax. We have no definition of what small tax looks like or is with regards to this government. It's as close to a definition as we have working people from this government, and we all know what the definition of working people is under this government. Well, actually we don't, and that's the problem. So here we are, and I'm here asking the question on behalf of my constituents, what does this workaround look like? How will it take place? And how is it going to affect my constituents? And this is why I will be supporting New Clause 15 to at least go partway to understanding the assessment of this decision taken by the government. But I appreciate it is outside of this bill as well. If the government turns around and says it doesn't need to do primary legislation, the best protection for my pensioners, well, he can find another way to do it. But I look forward to hearing what that will look like in statements to the House. I will give way.
I'm not going to make myself very popular by asking this question, but I'll do it anyway. The Minister took me to task earlier because I talked about the total increase in DWP budget, which includes pensions. I think all three political parties are traipsing around this issue of the triple lock. Frankly, if we didn't have the triple lock, if there was a serious debate, if we could get consensus in this House, we wouldn't have to freeze income tax thresholds, and we could divert more resources to those really, truly vulnerable pensioners. So this is not a very popular point, I know, but I think it is a question that seriously we all have to debate in a rapidly ageing population.
Well, I appreciate his intervention. I know he has been a stalwart on making this point, and actually it leads on to the wider point when we think about social care and how we're going to fund social care. These sticky points are really important to make sure we in this have this debate. The fact is we are dealing with the Finance Bill number 2 committee, and I'm really keen to try and understand when the government is making these choices how it will have the impact directly on my constituents as we speak. Now, actually, it's interesting because in the last general election, the last government, now opposition, in our manifesto had a solution to deal with this, which was the Triple Lock Plus, actually, that would have negated the issue at source. So there is a ready-made solution if the government would like to go for it, but I understand the difficulties, as my honourable friend has pointed out, about the cost associated with that. So therefore, it brings us all the way full circle to where the member for Poole started, which is exactly how are we going to solve this for pensioners? Does the government just need to be upfront with them and say they will have to do a tax return? Are they going to be pulled into this tax? And if not, how not?
Vikki Slade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I completely recognise that the extension of the frozen tax threshold isn't going to be felt immediately. We're all here worrying about it, but most of our residents aren't actually going to see the difference until probably the next general election. But it is on us now to resolve this once and for all. The Minister talked in his opening speech about asking those with the broadest shoulders to pay more. And I want to speak briefly about 3 groups of people, apprentices, graduates and pensioners, who do not have the broadest shoulders and instead are feeling completely targeted. Very briefly, just speaking to apprentices who earn just £7.55. That's £5 an hour less than the national minimum wage. And yet, because they are paid for their training hours as well as their working hours, they too will be dragged into paying income tax. These very young earners who are at the very beginning of their time, who should be being supported, will be paying tax because of the increase at the stealth tax that we're seeing. They simply don't feel like people that are having the broadest shoulders. And if the government is looking to consider exemptions for groups, might I ask them to consider some of our youngest apprentices are the people who are least able to manage these additional burdens? Then turning to the group that I think that we collectively, and at the moment this government, are failing, and that is the young adults who've invested in their future by going into higher education. Time after time, we are seeing this group of people failed. They have eye-watering house prices and rents to pay. The interest rates on their student debts are way above the interest rates that their landlords for the buy-to-let properties they're forced to live in, that have been mould growing up the walls, are paying on their investment properties. Now they're being dragged into higher tax payments without an increase to their student loan thresholds. Time and time again, young adults who've invested in their futures, who have done everything right, who have tried to make the world a better place, are being targeted by successive governments. Now, I'm the parent of 2 recent graduates and an undergraduate, so I see those daily struggles, and I see many young people now saying, what is the point of going to university?
Is she concerned as me, as I am, about the fact it seems to be Plan 2 student loans that are particularly impacted by the thresholds and what that impact has for the way in which they're going to have to make their repayments?
Yeah. I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. I'll answer that before I come on to the Honourable Member for Strangford. I'll be honest and say I don't know the details of the different groups, having not been to university myself. My students are all very recent graduates, so they went in knowing they were going to have enormous debt. They actually went in recognising that they would be 50,000 plus in debt and with probably no prospect of ever paying it off. But I don't think they went in realising they were going to get such a bad deal when they were at university with 8 hours of contact time a week and, you know, PhD students doing their lectures rather than actual lecturers, some of whom can't even speak English and are only here for their visas. So I think they're having a really rough time, and this is just rubbing salt into the wounds.
Thank you, Honourable, for giving way. I've often said in the last maybe 3 or 4 years in this chamber that when it comes to medical students, those who are working to be doctors or whatever the position may be in the medical service, that government should sponsor them and then ensure that they do 3 years or maybe 4 years in the health service. Wales does it and it works. I have a constituent from Newton Ards. We'll never get her back to Newton Ards because she's now fallen in with a Welshman and she'll stay there and she'll marry him and that's it. But she got her, had to stay for 3 years but got all of her student fees paid. Is that not what government should be doing to make it easier for young students and then retaining them within the health service?
I thank the Honourable Member for Strangford for his interventions. I always value his interventions, and as the niece of a young GP, Bethan, who has got over £100,000 worth of debt, it's absolutely ridiculous that our young people are being saddled with this. And I do have constituents who have deliberately gone to study in Wales so that they are able to get that benefit. And I do think that it is time for us to look collectively at really analysing the cumulative impact of the issues faced by young aspirational adults, because we are going to see more of them deciding to go abroad. And you know, we desperately need our homegrown talent to stay. Thirdly, I want to turn to the pensioners, as most people in the chamber here have done. And I know that the older age group will have been pleased to hear that they're due to be exempted from the tax threshold if their only income is state pension. But I've had two constituents write to me, Colin from Wareham, who is a regular correspondent, and John from Litchett, who both suggest that the Chancellor may either have inadvertently misled Martin Lewis. I won't use their accusation, I'll get into a lot of trouble. But one of them said, most pensioners are expected to survive on a weekly state pension 4 times lower than average wage. Mandating that they will be taxed will plunge many older people into desperation and poverty. They've suggested that the fact that state pensions alone is not being taxed is not quite accurate. I'm using my words very carefully. So can he, like others, assure me and my constituents that from April, those with no other income other than the state pension and a modest savings will pay no income tax, particularly as there appears to be nothing in this bill? Finally, Madam Chair, given that millions of pensioners, or millions of people, particularly many pensioners, with tiny private pensions will be dragged into tax, will he consider the Lib Dem proposal for a pensioner's red phone to ensure that they do not spend hours hanging on the telephone?
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman. This debate tonight is not just about an opportunity for the opposition to have a go at the government. Many people, I suppose, getting cynical about politics will say, well, of course you would expect them to say that and to have a go about taxation and the behaviour of the government on that issue. But it goes far, far beyond just a debate and just an opposition opportunity to have a go at the government. Because the implications of what we're discussing tonight are very, very serious. First of all, there are the macroeconomic impacts of this decision to make work not pay because of higher taxation. The government has hung a lot of its economic success and economic predictions on obtaining economic growth. And the one thing we know we're not going to do is tax our way to growth. This will be an anti-growth measure, and therefore has implications not just for this year, but for future years, and also for future budgets. Secondly, of course, for many people facing the cost of living crisis that they are at the moment and finding it difficult to have their income stretched to meet their needs, this is going to have personal consequences. And lastly, of course, it has an impact on the confidence that people have on the democratic system. The government will get this bill through tonight. It will get it through because it's got a massive majority. And it's got a massive majority because it made massive promises. Promises that people would not face income tax increases. And for many working people, I have no doubt that that influenced how they voted. And yet, we have an acceptance by the Minister tonight that by the end of this period, 28 billion will be raised. And one of the reasons why I support new Clause 3 and 13 and 14 is because I believe that at least it gives an opportunity for people to realise what the government is doing to them, and also it shows that politicians in this House want there to be honesty with the people. If there wasn't honesty when the manifesto was made and declared, then let's be sure that there's honesty when the implications of the decisions that this government is making come to the citizens of the country. So I think that it is a confidence measure. And let's just remind ourselves, we've been reminded a number of times tonight, what the government promised, that they would not increase taxes on working people. And then went on to define working people, people who went to work every day. And yet we know that by freezing the thresholds, people who go to work every day, and therefore when they earn money, they're subject to income tax being charged on them, they're going to pay more. So working people know that a promise has been broken to them. And pensioners, of course, were... yes, I will.
I think the Chancellor knows that after her statement in the first budget, when she said changing the thresholds would be a tax on working people, does she not?
Of course she did. And I think that it's one of the reasons why I believe that the new clauses are important, that we recognise that there's a need for people to be made aware of the consequences and the impact on them of the decisions which have been made in this House by a majority government that got there by making promises which are not being kept. And what is the impact? Well, we've already had the Minister tell us, £23 billion more tax will be paid. And he justifies that by saying, and I think he mentioned this twice, that first of all, the government has sought to be fair and has sought to place the burden on those with the broadest shoulders. Now, I've got to say, Madam Chairman, when 750,000 people who are currently earning £12,500 per year are dragged into the tax system, that does not strike me as fair. That strikes me as placing a burden on people who go out, work every day, don't earn a great deal of money for it, don't have a great reward, and now find themselves having to pay tax when they thought they would never have to. And as I said in an earlier intervention, I can understand, and people might appreciate and might be willing to pay taxes if they thought it was going to lead to things which were going to improve their lives. We had this promise at the first budget. We're putting up taxes by whatever it was, £40 billion at that stage. But it's to improve public services. Have public services improved? No, they haven't. Has the money been spent on public services? No, it hasn't. Wage increases, yes, have been given, but there's been no productivity increases. In fact, the OBR has said this as a result of the extra money being spent. So if people, taxpayers thought, well, I'm going to get some benefit from this, then they might have had a willingness to accept the changes, but of course they're not getting that. And what are we getting? We're getting wasteful expenditure. It's already been mentioned that £5 billion will be spent on taking money from those who go out to work to pay to those who don't go out to work. That's not fair, and it doesn't even make any economic sense either. And then, of course, there's all of the other wasteful expenditure that the government has engaged in. A deal where we had the Shanghai Islands, we had our bases there, etc. We're now going to pay somewhere between 38 and 47 billion pounds to the Mauritius government to give the islands back and then lease them back again. You can understand why people say, is that what I want my taxes to be spent on? Of course it's not. Or an ID card system, which the government's own estimate is 1.8 billion. The London School of Economics says it to be 10.7 billion. What? To stop illegal immigration? When we know full well that it wouldn't matter whether you have 6 ID cards, those who come into this country illegally will seek to work illegally. And there are other means of checking up on them anyway. There's also the issue of the new bureaucracies that the government set up. One of the first actions this government did was to set up a huge bureaucracy, GB Energy, £9 billion. And again, what benefit are we going to get from it? The government said that will deliver their net zero policies. Is it necessary to have a bureaucracy of that nature? And of course, I know many people in this House will not agree with me, but we're spending billions of pounds on restructuring our economy to meet the net zero targets, when many other countries are saying we're not prepared to damage our economy in that way. So, when we look at these proposals tonight, I think it is right that at least, and the amendments, the new clauses, are not all that demanding. All they're saying is let's have some transparency about what all of this means to the people who are having to pay the money. That's not too much to ask. And I think that I would hope that people will consider how they cast their vote tonight. The one thing I would say in conclusion is that we seem to have a government which, as its first choice, will spend taxpayers' money rather than looking at how the money which it currently takes from taxpayers can be used more effectively.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak to Clause 10. It is utterly unfair and shameful that this government is raising taxes on struggling families by freezing or continuing the freeze of income tax thresholds, which was started by the Conservatives. The Conservative government spent years hitting people with stealth taxes, and sadly Labour has decided to continue to do the same. Clause 10 freezes the basic rate limit for income tax at $37,700 and freezes the amount of personal allowance at $12,570 until 2030-31. This extension to the Tories' stealth tax will hit ordinary families, people on low incomes and pensioners whose only income is the state pension. The government has again turned its back on some of the most vulnerable for the sake of another short-sighted tax grab. Does the Minister really think that that is fair? Once again, let me offer some advice. The best way to balance the books is to grow our economy, and the quickest way to do that is to repair the damage of the Conservatives' terrible Brexit deal by negotiating a bespoke EU-UK customs union. A better trade deal like this would raise more than £25 billion for the Exchequer. This would be a huge boost for public finances. It's suggested nearly every week in this place by Liberal Democrats. When will the Minister and his colleagues start to listen?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm always listening to the speeches made by opposition members so intently that I wasn't at the right place to start my speech. Forgive me. Madam Chair, let me extend my thanks to the various honourable members for their contributions today. I will be very brief in winding up. I know there are some members particular who will enjoy that. And I do want to turn to the Conservatives' proposed new Clause 15, which asks the Government, within 3 months of this Act coming into force, to publish an assessment of the impact of exempting pensioners whose sole income is the basic or new state pension from income tax. This issue was raised by the opposition spokesperson, the member for Hinckley and Bosworth, the member for Dorset and North Poole, and maybe some others too. The clause is referring, as has been discussed, to the Chancellor's announcement that only those whose income is the basic or new state pension without any increments will not have to pay income tax over this Parliament. And I know that some members are particularly impatient and energetic. But I will have to say that on this point, more details will be set out on this later in the year. As the details of the policy have not yet been announced, it would be premature for us to set out the impacts at this stage. Many members wish to come in, but I will happily give way over here after some repeated requests for...
I thank the Minister for giving way, but obviously he says that pensioners who only receive the new state pension won't have to pay income tax. But can he say whether pensioners who paid the old basic state pension but contracted out and have alternative provision that brings them up to the same level as the new state pension, will they have to pay income tax?
As has been set out, but of course there is more detail to follow later this year, the Chancellor was clear that those whose only income is the basic or new state pension without any increments will not have to pay income tax over this Parliament. I'm aware that members would like to see more detail, and it would be premature for us to set out the impacts of this policy at this stage, because yes, the details will be forthcoming later this year. I therefore move, Madam Chair, that new Clause 15 should also be rejected. Madam Chair, it's so wonderful to see so many members of the opposition wishing to have me let them come in. They were much less forthcoming in the previous closing remarks. I've given way to one Conservative. Let me give way over here, then we'll conclude.
To the Minister for giving way. He will have heard a number of colleagues in this House asking for more detail about how the pension provisions will affect pensioners. The Minister has just said that there is more further information to come. Could he please give the House an indication of the date and when we can expect that guidance to be published, in order that we can then come back and clarify points?
That information will be forthcoming in due course. In conclusion, Madam Chair, I hope that in this debate members will see how the amendments that have been placed forward today are not necessary. We have set out the impact of our tax changes in numerous tax impact and information notes, which members can read online at their leisure. I and this government will not let members opposite, who repeatedly voted to freeze thresholds until 2028, when they were in government, to rewrite history today. This Labour government rejects the austerity measures from the opposition which got our country and public services into this sorry state. We inherited a mess at the 2024 general election, and the measures here and elsewhere in the Finance Bill enable us to rebuild our public finances, to fund our public services for the long term, and to get borrowing over the course of this Parliament to continue to fall. I therefore urge the House to reject new clauses 3 to 5 and 13 to 15, and I beg to move that clauses 9, 10 and 69 stand part of the bill.
The question is that clause 9 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the question that clause 10 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 10 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no.
No!
Tellers for the ayes, Jake Richards, Imogen Walkers. Teller for the noes, Lincoln Jock, Alicia Cairns. Order.
The ayes to the right, 324. The noes to the left, 180.
The ayes to the right were 324. The noes to the left were 180. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the question that Clause 69 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 69 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the group on agricultural property relief and business property relief. We will begin with Clause 62 stand part, with which it will be convenient to consider the schedule amendments and new clauses on the selection paper. The question is that Clause 62 stand part of the bill. I call the Minister.
Madam Chair, as we come to the final session of today's committee stage on this finance bill, I'm pleased to open this important debate on Clause 62 and Schedule 12 and the many associated amendments. As reiterated throughout the day, this finance bill delivers on the choices made at the two budgets delivered by this government. It delivers fair and necessary reforms, Madam Chair, that strengthen the foundations of our economy and provide a secure future for our country. The choice at these two budgets was austerity and decline or investment and renewal, and on both occasions the Labour government rejected austerity and chose renewal. On Clause 62, Madam Chair, Schedule 12, as well as Government Amendments 24 to 29, make changes to agricultural property relief and business property relief to target them more fairly, contribute to the sustainability of public finances and fund public services. Under the current system, 100% relief on business and agricultural assets is heavily skewed towards the wealthiest estates. According to data from HMRC for 2021-22, 40% of agricultural property relief across the UK was claimed by just 7% of estates making claims. That is £219 million in tax relieved from just 117 of the largest estates in the country. And it is a similar picture, Madam Chair, for business property relief. More than 50% of business property relief was claimed by just 4% of estates making claims. That's a striking £558 million in tax relieved from just 158 estates. This contributes to the very largest estates paying lower average effective inheritance tax rates than the smaller estates, and significantly lower average effective inheritance tax rate than most people who end up paying IHT would pay. That is the status quo that those seeking to reverse the government's reforms in full wish to perpetuate. It's not sustainable, and it's certainly not fair in the government's view to maintain such a large tax break for such a small number of claimants, especially in the context of the wider pressures on the public finances and public services. The changes made, but I will give way.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the Minister giving way. I very much welcome the fact that from next year an estimated 85% of farms will pay no more inheritance tax on their farming and business assets. I agree with the Minister. It's a proportionate measure that aims to prevent the wealthy from abusing APR. Mindful, as I know the Minister is, about the profitability of our small and medium-sized farms, will he undertake to work with DEFRA colleagues to make sure that we get the definition right for the new SFIs so that as many of those small and medium-sized farms are eligible for the new SFI as possible?
I thank my honourable friend for her question and her continued interest in this area, the strong representative that she is for the rural communities that she represents in the northwest of our country. And yes, I'm sure that colleagues in DEFRA, the Secretary of State and others will be working hard to make sure that the funds that this government has allocated towards farming and farming businesses are spent and spent in full rather than leaving hundreds of millions of pounds underspent as the previous government did, and we will make sure that that money gets to those farms who will benefit from it to support them with the initiatives that they and we know it would be good for them to pursue, good for the environment and for those businesses. I would give way, yes.
I thank the Minister for giving way. He's very courteous. Clearly, as members will understand, in North Scotland, I represent a very remote constituency where crofting, very marginal farming and hill farming, is fundamental not just to the economy of the Highlands, but also to the social structure, if you like. The great curse in the past was depopulation, and what was done in the 19th century and 20th century to halt this was to enact various safeguards to ensure that crofting continued. The crofters are asset-rich, I grant you, but the income very poor indeed. Could I welcome what has been said by the government, down to the government so far. Could I ask, please, with my hand on my heart, to keep an eye on this particular sector, because anything that would discourage people could be fatal for the whole society where I represent.
I thank the honourable member for that intervention and raising the crofting sector and the rural communities that he represents. The government will, of course, continue to do all it can to support different types of farmers and also to make sure we can support tenant farmers too. And I thank him for raising that point and for the representation that he provides to his constituents. The changes made by Clause 62, Schedule 12 and Government's Amendments 24 to 29 will reform how we target agricultural property relief and business property relief from the 6th of April this year. It will strengthen the... I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. It's been many months since the agricultural property relief changes and business property relief changes were first announced by this government. In that time, this government had so many representations from farmers, farming industries, small business groups, family business groups, people in this house, industry sectors, NFUS, CLA, SLE, I could go on and on and on. Their backbenchers on this side, the public at large. Everyone was telling the government that this was a bad policy. Why did it take them so long to change?
Minister?
Members opposite are keep repeating 14 months. I should use that as an opportunity to remind people of the 14 wasted years that your party put farmers, put rural communities through, the trade deals that the members opposite implemented that made life worse for our farmers and our farming communities, the hundreds of £millions that went underspent in those 14 years in the farming budgets that could have benefited rural communities and benefited farmers. After continued engagement from ministers across government in the Treasury and in the Environment Department, as well as engagement that the Prime Minister had with important representatives in this space, the government did make a change, and that is the change that the amendment today will enable this House, if it so wishes, and I do hope it will wish, to legislate for. This change will strengthen the public purse by around £300 million. Yes, I will give way.
Thank the Minister for giving me, and I'll take him back to an earlier point and the commitment he made in regards to Scotland. Will the Government also give the same commitment to the farmers in Northern Ireland, who have a very different family farm structure than the rest of the United Kingdom, and the engagement and the representations that were made by the Ulster Farmers Union and indeed the Young Farmers Clubs of Ulster in bringing this Government to a realisation that the last proposals that they brought forward wasn't suiting and didn't suit farmers across this United Kingdom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the pleasure of attending a Westminster Hall debate a few weeks back that was specifically focused on the issue of farming and farmers in Northern Ireland. It was a good and productive debate, and many of the points raised there I took away with me, and the member will note that the government has made a change here to increase the threshold. Given that the honourable member called that debate, I will give way.
Look, I thank the Minister for attending the debate, but in attendance at the debate, he had noted that he may meet with the Ulster Farmers Union. Sadly, that did not happen. The government have been tone deaf for the last 14 months on this issue, when the Ulster Farmers Union and each of the unions across this United Kingdom were telling this government the wrong that they were doing. They weren't listening. So would you meet them in the wake of all of this to discuss the outworkings of it?
I am sure that members of the government in the Environment Department will continue to engage with farming unions and farming representatives, and both in the run-up to the budget and subsequently, ministers from the Treasury and from other departments have continued to engage with farmers, and we will continue to do so in order to support farmers in a way that the previous government never did. Individuals still benefit from 100% relief for the first £2.5 million of combined business and agricultural assets, and it will be fixed at this level until April 2031, alongside other inheritance tax thresholds, as we have just been debating, Madam Chair. Any unused allowance can be transferred to a surviving spouse or civil partner, including where the first death is before the 6th of April 2026. On top of this amount, there will be a 50% relief. This means that inheritance tax will be paid at a reduced effective rate of up to 20%. We're also reducing the maximum rate of business property relief, BPR, that's available from 100 to 50% for shares designated as not listed on the markets of registered stock exchanges. The reliefs sit alongside other exemptions and nil rate bans. This means that a couple will now be able to pass on up to £5 million of agricultural or business assets tax-free between them, on top of the existing allowances, such as the nil rate band. And where inheritance tax is due, those liable for a charge can pay any liability on the relevant assets over 10 annual instalments, interest-free. This is a benefit that is not seen elsewhere in the inheritance tax system, and it means that the relief continues to be more generous than it was for the vast majority of the 20th century. In fact, from April 2026, the reliefs will be more generous than they ever were under Margaret Thatcher's government, for example. Our reforms are expected to result in a total of up to 1,100 estates in total across the UK paying more inheritance tax in 26/7, only up to 185 estates across the UK claiming agricultural property relief, including those also claiming BPR, are expected to pay more in the next tax year. This means that around 85% of such estates will not pay any more tax as a result of the changes in 2026-27. Excluding estates holding shares designated for not listed on the market of registered stock exchanges, the reforms are now expected to only result in up to 220 estates across the UK only claiming business property relief. Go on, I will give way. I was trying to...
But I hate to interrupt the Minister. His Right Honourable friend the Chancellor told the House and the country when this policy was first introduced, effectively, don't really worry a huge amount, because not a vast amount of farms will fall into this trap. The welcome but limited announcements made just before Christmas will, of course, reduce still further the amount of people who will fall into this trap. He's now just set out to the House a very, very complicated set of checklists and this, that and the other. Would it not just make more sense to scrap this whole damned stupid idea and give a big tick of confidence to our food security, environment protecting, job creating farming sector, which is so vital to UK PLC?
Minister Tomlinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This government does support the farming sector and the farming industry, and will continue to do so through the funds that we will make available via DEFRA, funds which were not spent in full under the previous government. And we have listened to farming communities and business representatives and raised the threshold from 1 to 2.5 million as a result of that listening and that engagement. The government doesn't think it would be right to abolish the policy in full, because that would forego £300 million of revenue from the very largest estates. The member opposite may say that £300 million is a rounding error, But I think that it's important to raise revenue from a broad range of taxes and from those with the largest value estates in the country. As I said earlier on in my speech, there's hundreds of millions of pounds in tax that is relieved from the very largest estates in the country. If members opposite wish for that to continue to be the case, that is, of course, their right, but we on this side of the House think that our reforms are fair and proportionate in raising revenue from the very large estates. I will give way.
The Minister for giving way, but could the Minister explain how we've ended up in this very bizarre scenario where you can have two estates? And when I refer to the term estates, because this doesn't necessarily mean a farming business, it could be any type of family business estate that is valued at £5 million, but the tax that is then generated to the Treasury can be different depending on the ownership structure of the estate. And secondly, could the Minister explain, because I can't see it in the amendments that have been put forward, why there is no indexation that is linked to any increase, because obviously land values will increase over a period of time. And thirdly, could the Minister just clarify, because when he was last at the dispatch box, he said that interest would not be charged. And I just want to get some clarity from the Minister when an IHT liability is triggered, whether interest is or isn't triggered in that 10-year period.
Sir Tomlinson.
Some very forensic questions in that, not brief in intervention, but I, of course, appreciate it, and I look forward to trying to go through those, and I'm trying to answer them. I'm trying to answer the questions, OK? It's a bit difficult when members on the opposition front bench continue to sort of barrack me when I'm actually trying to answer the questions that the opposition backbench spokesperson, the backbench member, has raised with me. If she instead wants to continue to hector me from a sedentary position, then she may, and we won't have any time for me to answer any of the questions. Right. On the points raised by the member opposite, let me dial down the temperature here. Congratulations for getting to me. The spousal transfer and the way in which it is used in the inheritance tax system is we are replicating that in the treatment of the spousal transfer when it comes to APR and BPR changes. That's the routine way that it is set out within the inheritance tax system, and we aren't doing anything different or novel here. We just debated in the previous session the thresholds, which will be set at their current levels and not be uprated, in line with changes that we're making on other taxes. And then he asked also about interest. And as I said, yes, where inheritance tax is due, those liable for a charge here can pay any liability on the relevant assets over 10 annual instalments, and that would be interest-free if they would like to. I have been through the numbers. Only 185 additional estates claiming APR are expected to pay more in 2026. Madam Chair, to conclude, these reforms get the balance right between supporting farms and businesses, fixing the public finances and funding our public services. The reforms reduce... I would give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, but I'd just like to pick up on the point of the honourable member, where he talked about the ludicrous situation we've got now, where a farm that's worth £5 million, if it's owned under a certain ownership model, is not going to be subject to tax, but a farm less than that could be subject to tax. I had Graham, a farmer from my North Cornwall constituency, visit my surgery on Friday, who's in that exact situation, a sole trader, slightly over the £2.5 million mark. We ended up discussing for more than 10 minutes whether he should marry his long-term partner to get away from this tax. Doesn't that illustrate just how ludicrous a situation we are now in, Minister?
Ms Tomlinson.
This is the normal way that the taxation of inheritance tax assets, not just APR and BPR as they will be from the changes that will come in April, but also other assets that are passed on through inheritance. This is the same treatment that we are applying here. It's the standard way to set inheritance tax for various assets. Madam Chair, as I was saying, these reforms get the balance right between supporting farms and businesses, fixing the public finances and funding public services. The reforms reduce the inheritance tax advantages available to some owners of agricultural and business assets, but they still mean that those assets will be taxed at a much lower effective rate than most other assets. For example, a £6 million estate owned by a couple could have an effective tax rate of just 1.2% that can be paid interest-free over 10 years. Those opposing these reforms in full are voting for the status quo. A status quo where the very largest estates pay a lower average effective inheritance tax rate than the smallest estates. A status quo where the Exchequer sees 219 million in tax relief from just 117 estates claiming APR, where we see 558 million in tax relief from just 158 estates claiming BPR. It's not sustainable, and it's certainly not fair. And therefore, I move that Clause 62, Schedule 12, and Government's Amendments 24 to 29 stand part of the bill.
I call the Shadow Minister, Gareth Davies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to speak to Amendments 3 to 23, which stand in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for Louth and Horncastle. I think, though by now, we all know what Clause 62 and Schedule 12 do. They would restrict agricultural property relief, or APR, and business property relief, or BPR, to 100% of the first £1 million of qualifying assets and 50% thereafter, though I note that this clause was written before the recent announcement, which I'll obviously come on to. But, Madam Chair, be in no doubt, the Conservative Party will fiercely oppose Labour's family farm tax and family business tax in the lobbies today, just as we have since this was announced. But we must first face the reality of the sheer number of Labour MPs intent on punishing those who dare to feed us or who take a risk to build their own business. Our amendments seek to mitigate at least some of this damage by removing the anti-forestalling measures that have purposely tied the hands of so many farmers and business owners across our country. The Chartered Institute of Taxation and many others have pointed out how these measures particularly trap those more elderly farmers who have been robbed of their ability to plan. The government has said all along that they expect farmers and business owners to alter the ownership structure of their assets. I would be really interested to hear just how the Minister believes elderly farmers in the final few years of their lives in particular should do this. Madam Chair, before I turn to the other issues in this clause, the amendment paper in front of us tells its own story. Government amendment after government amendment, each one a U-turn, each one a rushed attempt to bury the incompetence, indifference and hostility this Labour government has shown to family farms, tenant farmers, rural communities and family businesses. I ask respectfully of the Minister, just as my honourable friend for Gordon and Buchan asked earlier, why has it taken the Treasury more than a year to admit they got this wrong? Why have farmers been forced to leave their fields and bring their tractors to Whitehall just to be heard? At this point, let me pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the Shadow DEFRA Secretary, and my honourable friend for Keighley, who have given this House 5 chances before today. 5 chances to vote against these changes. The government had ample opportunity, but yet here we are. And we know the partial U-turn from the government will not be enough. The Country Land and Business Association has been very clear that it will only limit the damage. There are so many serious questions and concerns that remain on the impact of this Clause 62, but I will highlight 3 tonight. Firstly, from the very start, the government's numbers on this have been, at best, questionable. We have the Treasury disagreeing with the CLA and others on how many farmers and businesses will actually be affected. Even after this partial U-turn, HMRC, as the Minister set out, still expects 1,100 estates to face larger inheritance tax bills in 2026-2027, 185 of which will be claiming APR. Yet the experience of many members in this House and several industry bodies, when we speak to farmers in our constituencies and businesses, that is massively wide of the mark.
Shadow Minister for giving way. I mean, the government's figures were pretty shoddy beforehand when this was announced in the budget. How confident is he now that the government's figures are any better?
Gareth Davies.
Well, if I look at different industry bodies, and my right honourable friend, the Shadow DEFRA Secretary, has engaged extensively with farmers, but also those who represent farmers. And the reason I'm raising this now is because the numbers are questionable. But the numbers are not just questionable on the impact and who is impacted by these measures. It's the net revenue to the Exchequer that I question too. Some have suggested that the changes in Clause 62 may even end up costing the Exchequer. While the OBR forecast £500 million will be raised through Clause 62 in 29-30, the CBI's analysis suggests that instead a net loss to government of some £1.9 billion over the forecast period will be realised because of the wider impact that this Clause 62 will have on the wider economy.
Would you give way?
Yeah.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a serious point. Given the huge discrepancy with the robustness of the figures from the Treasury and the wider government and the challenge that they have faced from industry, bodies and experts, given the sensitivity of the issue and the importance of the agricultural sector, would he agree with me that the Treasury may well wish to stick to its policy, but should actually now pause it, take some time to try and build some consensus across the sector to agree the data and to actually work out the trajectory of costs? But this back of a fag packet, fly-by-night way of trying to approach serious policy is simply insulting.
Gareth Davies.
Well, I completely agree that in the first instance we wouldn't be doing this. Right? We shouldn't be here. But clearly this has been executed without a plan, without serious thought, analysis or engagement. And so anything the government can do to make this less painful for those affected, anything the government can do to get the numbers right, I would absolutely welcome. The Minister talked about the partial U-turn and the government, how the government expects to raise around £300 million even with this U-turn. But the OBR's initial costing was labelled in the EFO as highly uncertain. By the way, for those not familiar with this, there are different categories of certainty in the EFO. Highly uncertain is the most uncertain you can be about the figures. So surely this new figure of £300 million is uncertain, just as the £500 million was in the first place. So what assurance can the Minister provide that the Exchequer won't in fact be losing out overall, despite the pain they're determined to inflict? How confident is he in these numbers? That's the first point. My second point is that since the Chancellor's first budget, family businesses and farmers have had to make many difficult decisions. Family Business UK and Make UK say that 55% of BPR affected and 49% of APR affected businesses have paused or cancelled investments. Family-run farms are putting off the purchase of new, more efficient machinery. Family-run shops no longer see the point of expanding to an additional site or another high street or taking on more staff. Comes back to the questionable figures that I talked about in the CBI's analysis of the impact on the wider economy. And finally, Madam Chair, we should have no confidence in the practicality of the measures before us. The Chartered Institute of Taxation has warned that extending 10 annual interest-free instalments to APR and BPR property does not solve the problem. Those instalments will still be a significant burden. In practice, it is unlikely that many families will be able to pay the tax without selling up.
I'd be very interested to understand from the Minister whether he or the Treasury have done any analysis on the fact of the impact on the district valuer, because there is a real challenge here where when a farm is valued, that value will be disputed by either the Treasury or indeed the agent that's acting on behalf of the landowner who has that tax liability. And secondly, if you're looking at two farms in different parts of the countries, the values vary dramatically. And therefore, what reference has the Treasury, do you think, given to the point in which the tax liability based on the value of land for 200 acres in one part of the country varying very differently to 200 acres valued at a higher rate, for example, in Northern Ireland, elsewhere? Practicalities matter.
Exactly right. And let me pay tribute to him again. He's been a forceful champion for farmers across the country. And on that specific point, I'll let the Minister obviously address it. But he has consistently raised these issues. You know, it goes back to my point about the warnings that were provided to this government, the practical implications of this, the impact on family farms in particular, and yet it was ignored until this point. And the Minister's going to have to explain why that was. Indeed, the Chartered Institute of Taxation have warned that Schedules 12's failure to allow allowances to be allocated to specific property could undermine many wills as they're currently drafted. This creates a tremendous amount of uncertainty. It creates disputes and real hardship. And finally, where the cap is exceeded, the first inheritance tax payment will fall just 6 months after death. If they miss that deadline, the estate is hit with a punishing interest rate. Within 6 months, they must secure probate, value complex agricultural and business assets, calculate the liability, and then raise the cash, often by selling parts of the estate to make the first payment. The NFU has been clear that expecting probate within 6 months is simply unrealistic given the complexity of valuing agricultural businesses, as my honourable friend for Keighley has pointed out. So in practice, families and personal representatives will miss the deadline through no fault of their own, without a confirmed tax bill and without the funds to pay for it. Madam Chair, the government's expectation is simply unrealistic. This approach is flawed, and this window must be extended. If this clause 62 is passed today, if the government will not finally concede, family farmers and businesses in my community of Lincolnshire and those right across the country will not rest until these changes are fully reversed. The only consolation I can offer farmers and businesses watching the votes closely tonight, and they'll be watching every single vote tonight, is that the next Conservative government will scrap these immoral changes.
Ruth Jones. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on Schedule 12, and I greatly welcome the Government's changes to the proposed agricultural property relief and business property relief thresholds. Madam Chair, as Chair of the Welsh Affairs Select Committee, I am proud of the work that my committee has undertaken on reviewing the Welsh farming industry and the report we produced prior to the budget with clear recommendations, but I also thank the Treasury for its swift response to our report, and also the changes that they have made to the thresholds. These changes show that the Government is listening, not just to farmers, but also the Welsh Affairs Select Committee and Welsh Labour MPs. The new higher thresholds are a win for Welsh farmers. Raising the allowance for 100% relief from 1 million to 2.5 million will ensure that the changes to inheritance tax are properly targeted at the wealthiest estates, whilst ensuring smaller-scale family farms remain protected. Couples will now be able to pass on £5 million worth of agriculture or business assets between them tax-free. This additional relief will have a particularly significant impact in Wales, given its specific context, which is very different to England, a key finding of our Welsh Affairs Committee's recent inquiry. Well, of course I will.
To my honourable friend for giving way and commend her on her leadership of the Welsh Affairs Select Committee. And she said, rightly said, the committee did stellar work in reviewing the proposals on the potential impact on agriculture in Wales. Would she also agree with me, further to the point she just made about the unique nature and structure of the agricultural industry in Wales, that the Treasury would do well, regardless of the changes that they've introduced, to undertake that specific Wales-wide impact assessment of these changes?
Because if he leaves his seat, and he's made to the point I'm going to come on to later, because we know that Welsh farms are typically smaller than those in England, with 55% being less than 20 hectares. 66% of Welsh farms are cattle and sheep farms situated on hilly or mountainous terrain, compared to just 12% in England, and which also has a much higher concentration of arable farming. This leaves Welsh farms with the lowest average income of the four nations, £18,000 lower than in England. Welsh family farms are also a cultural bastion of the Welsh language, with almost half of people working in Welsh farms speaking Welsh as a first language, more than double the Welsh average. Whilst the government changes to APR and BPR are likely to disproportionately benefit Welsh farmers, the diverse nature of farming across the four UK nations needs to be considered when making such significant changes. That is why the Welsh Affairs Select Committee continues to call for a Wales-specific impact assessment, as my honourable friend opposite referenced just now, of the government's changes to inheritance tax. It's critical that those with the broadest shoulders pay their fair share of tax. That's why it's important we close the inheritance tax loophole that allowed wealthy investors to purchase agricultural land as a way of avoiding tax. Ensuring that the tax burden falls fairly, however, relies on effective data. The Welsh Affairs Select Committee and I remain concerned about the availability and accuracy of the data used to justify the threshold set for APR and BPR, particularly in regard to Wales. The government has thus far been unable to provide any estimate of the number of Welsh farms which will be affected by these reforms to inheritance tax. Such data is critical when considering any potential impacts on the Welsh farming sector, given its greater financial precarity and reliance on low-income, family-run livestock farms. We cannot afford to be complacent. Going forward, I hope the government will ensure it takes specific account of the unique cultural, environmental and economic circumstances of farming in Wales when making such significant policy decisions. And I support wholeheartedly the changes in the APR and BPR as laid out in the government amendment to Schedule 12. Thank you.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Dr Charles Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Farmers up and down the country should be really proud of the campaign that has forced the government to rethink the completely short-sighted and ill-thought-out policy that has threatened the future of family farms up and down the country. I congratulate them on the result that they have secured, and I think everybody in this House acknowledges that they have spent an enormous amount of time and energy and anxiety and stress getting to the position that we are now in, and it would have been a lot better if they never had to do that in the first place. The Liberal Democrats were the first party to come out against these tax changes, and I want to pay tribute to my colleagues, the Right Honourable and Honourable members for Westmoreland and Lonsdale and for Orkney and Shetland, who, along with other Lib Dem MPs, have challenged the government on this at every opportunity and stood in solidarity with the farming community each step of the way. I will.
I'm very grateful, but correct me if I'm wrong. The Leader of the Opposition responds to the budget and opposed it. The Liberal Democrat spokesman would have spoken later down the list. So I beg to differ to the Honourable Gentleman. The Conservative Party was the first party that opposed this proposal, not the Liberal Democrats.
I guess we'll have to check our social media accounts.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I'd just like to slightly correct the record there. We're having a technical debate about who opposed this tax first. I'd just like to remind the House it was the Conservative Party that negotiated those disastrous New Zealand and Australian trade deals, which decimated farming in my North Cornwall constituency.
I thank my honourable friend. Would you like to intervene?
Would you like to intervene?
I have no desire to intervene on the member. Would you like to intervene?
My apologies, Deputy Madam Speaker. Okay, so the government rushed out their original proposal with little understanding of the real-world impact it would have on the sector. The 14 months of both personal anxiety and business uncertainty will have lasting impacts on many and has hugely eroded trust in this government. And it shouldn't have taken 14 months of anxiety, anger and protesting to make the government see sense. The farming community immediately warned what a detrimental impact this would have in rural communities, and the government should have listened to them earlier. This tax has represented an existential threat to the farming community, threatening to break the chain of family ownership which holds together our countryside through the generations. And it is on top of the wider challenges of the economic environment which farmers are now operating in. On the surface of things, these farming assets are worth a lot. But the reality is that most family farms are operating on incredibly thin margins or are loss-making. Sharp rises in input costs, fuel, feed, fertiliser, labour shortages, national insurance contribution increases and unfairnesses in the supply chain means that nationally the average profit on capital invested in farm businesses is less than 1%. And it's not just the family farm tax which the government has beaten up our farmers with. It's also the sudden and unheralded removal of SFI payments last March. And almost a year later, there is still no news on a replacement scheme. Please can the government move faster to provide a new plan? Farmers urgently need this information as it drives key decisions and the seasons don't wait. Certainly.
I thank my honourable colleague for giving way. The farmers of the South Cotswolds warmly welcome this increase in the threshold. Better late than never. But would my honourable friend agree that this government needs to move beyond not punishing our farmers and be actively supporting our farmers in being not only the stewards of our countryside, but also protecting our future food security?
Dr. Charlie Maynard.
I thank my honourable friend. I very much agree. We as Lib Dems welcome the U-turn by the government in December, raising the allowance to £2.5 million. And we welcome the change announced in the budget, permitting the allowance to be transferable between spouses and civil partners. But as my right honourable friend, the chair of the EFRA Select Committee, put it, these changes make the policy better, but that is not the same as saying they make it good. So we ask the government to think again in the following areas. The Treasury estimates that this will now raise £300 million by 29-30, down from £520 million. If the same pro rata reduction is applied, then less than £100 million will be raised in 26-27, minuscule against the estimated total tax receipts this year of £1.23 trillion. Professional bodies such as the ICAEW have expressed concern at how administratively burdensome it will be to value assets and calculate potential liabilities, even if there was no tax to pay. So how does the revenue forecast to be raised compare to the cost of administering this new policy? When the government originally announced the planned changes to APR last year, the Chartered Institute of Taxation also suggested introducing transitional gifting rules to support older farmers who have done the logical thing of hanging on to their land, but who are now faced with penalties for doing so. Can ministers please look at ways of alleviating some of this burden for older farmers who have not been able to plan ahead for this change? So we will be voting against Clause 62 because we as a party have consistently voted against the family farm tax and we want it scrapped in its entirety. Certainly.
I thank you for giving way. He mentioned that 100 million or 300 million is minuscule amounts. Well, it's quite a lot of money to my constituents who are hard-pressed. So could the Liberal Democrats outline how they would pay for the policy that they advocate, either increasing taxes on working people in my constituency or cutting the services that they face?
Dr. Charlie Maynard.
That's a very good question, but 1.23 trillion against 100 million is 0.1%. So in materiality, it's important to think of it in that range, and I don't think this is the way of going about it. So I ask the government to consider voting in favour of Amendment 3, which would remove the transition period in respect to the changes in APR and BPR and delay the implementation date so the changes would take effect for transfers made after 1st March 2027, and similarly so regarding our new Clause 7, which would require the Secretary of State to undertake and publish an assessment of uprating annually the relief allowance for APR by the change in the value of agricultural land. Looking at the changes both to APR and BPR, while awareness of the APR changes is very high among the farming community, I'm concerned that awareness may not be as high of the changes to BPR among business owners in many sectors. Does the government have any plans to raise awareness so people know what is headed their way?
Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to welcome this finance bill and to address clause 62 and schedule 12, which refer, as we've been hearing, to APR and BPR. I've spoken on this subject several times and did so back in November. And that's because my constituency in North Northumberland has over 700 farm holdings, each of them growing the food that we eat and stewarding our land. As one farmer said to me recently, we have farmed this land since the mid-1800s, each generation investing in long-term decisions which have benefited not just the farm, but the local area. And I believe it is messages like that and the ability of farmers in North Northumberland to get this message across that was pivotal to bringing about these government amendments. And the amendments are going to establish 100% relief up to £5 million for a couple, transferable between spouses, and a 50% relief thereafter. This will protect most family farms, with 85% of estates seeing no additional burden from April. So I, Madam Chair, am indebted to the farmers of North Northumberland, both for the way that they have engaged on the issue of inheritance tax and frankly for the hard work that they do day in and day out in order to put the food on our dinner tables.
Will the Honourable Member give way?
I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and I have enjoyed working with him on the Loughborough Rural Research Group. And I wonder if he agrees with me that having, as in being so grateful to our farmers for engaging with us and educating us as we've gone along, that actually we have now this fantastic opportunity to rebuild trust with our farmers, who I have had many emails of thanks, and I thank the Prime Minister and Treasury for this amendment to the policy. Did he? I wonder how many of his farmers have also said that despite the fact they usually and often have voted Conservative, they always do better under a Labour government.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and as I will go on to say, I can confirm that I have had many messages of support for this change in policy, and it's been a pleasure to work with the Labour Rural Research Group and colleagues on this matter, as my honourable friend mentioned. And so, as I thank farmers, I also want to share my thanks with the government for listening, for learning and for acting. I think it is the hallmark of a mature government and of a healthy parliamentary debate that we've got to the point that we are at. But there are, as my honourable friend began to mention, there are a multitude of structural factors that do contribute to the sustainability of intergenerational farming. Indeed, there are many similarities between Britain's blue-collar workers in the factories and what we might call green-collar workers in the fields. Both are squeezed by commercial interests and a globalised race to the bottom on pricing, costs and wages, which is why the laissez-faire approach to farming economics, such as the imbalanced trade deals of the party opposite, work against the sustainability of farming. We've got to plough a new furrow that will make farming genuinely sustainable in an intergenerational way. Protecting farming will require government to form a new covenant with farming and green-collar workers more generally. The implementation of the Batters Review will be very important here, particularly the Farming and Food Partnership Board, so that the whole supply chain can be examined and improved. And it's high time that the supermarkets in particular give a fair price to the produce of our farmers. And unlike, I'm afraid, the spokesperson for the Liberal Democrats, actually last week the Secretary of State did announce the plan for the SFI application process later this year, and particularly I'd welcome the aspect that there is going to be a ring-fence support to smaller farms within that. As I draw my remarks to the conclusion, Madam Chair, with respect to APR and BPR in particular, I would just mention, even after the changes, there are some larger farms that will be impacted. So for those just above the threshold, I would encourage my honourable friends to consider addressing the potential challenges of capacity and timing when it comes to accurate estate valuation and probate. Accurate valuations and speedy probate must dovetail with expectations of inheritance tax payments, so that estates that need to pay have clarity and are not penalised for blockages within the wider system. I know that the government is totally committed to the success of farming. That's vital because the country needs a farming sector that is flourishing. I will give way.
I'm grateful. And as my constituency neighbour representing a similarly rural constituency, I know how strongly farmers on my side of the border feel, and I know they feel similarly in his constituency. And the word betrayal comes up time and time again amongst my farmers, because this Labour Party said they were not going to introduce this tax, and then they did. But does he now regret not following in the lead of the honourable member for Penrith and Solway, who did the right thing and rebelled against this policy, something he failed to do?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for my constituency neighbour for that intervention. Let me, rather than go down the route of his question, let me put the words. Let me respond with the words from one of my farmers. And I'll just read you this quote. This is a farmer on the 23rd of December, wrote to me, and she said this: "As you know, we have been very vocal in opposing the earlier proposals, so it's equally important to state how strongly we welcome this change in policy. Increasing the threshold together with the ability to retrospectively transfer unused APR-BPR allowances from my late mother to my father will make a huge difference to our family and to the viability of our farm business." And I will leave my speech there.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to speak to Clause 62, Schedule 12, and the amendments that have been put down in relation to both of these clauses from the front bench on this side of the House. We've heard from contributions throughout the course of the Finance Bill debate about the changes to inheritance tax. And of course, this is predominantly in relation to both agricultural property relief, but also business property relief. And I want to make the point that my comments not only refer to the many family farming businesses that have been impacted by the government's changes, but also the many other family businesses, whether they are hospitality businesses, hoteliers, manufacturing businesses in my constituency of Keighley, that are all impacted by the same direction that this Labour government is putting on them. Because what the changes that the government have put on the floor of the House this evening do not get rid of the cliff edge that is associated with the April date kicking in a few months' time. Therefore, regardless of thresholds changing from £1 million to £2.5 million, do not remove that cliff edge if a family business is caught up with an IHT liability kicking in. And I'd like to get further explanation from the Minister as to why they are not addressing the cliff edge. That stark cliff edge that has been reiterated to this government over the last 14 months by all members on the Conservative benches and all members on the opposition benches, and why, in the last 14 months, this government has not addressed the sharp cliff edge. Secondly, Madam Chairman, I would like to just discuss the absolute bizarre and bonkers scenario that we now find ourselves in, where if you have two estates that are valued at a £5 million valuation, that they could be subject to different tax liabilities depending on the ownership structure. How bizarre is it that we now find ourselves in a scenario where an estate being owned by a single person could be subject to an IHT liability at 20% over and above £2.5 million, but in a married scenario, a farm valued at £5 million is subject to no IHT liability at all? I'd like further explanation from the Minister specifically on that point. And of course, values vary dramatically across the country. We know in Northern Ireland, where they have a very high valuation of most farmland assets, that you could have a farm of a particular size, say 200 acres, in one part of the country that is valued significantly highly, but elsewhere in the country slightly less, but still being over the £2.5 million or £5 million threshold, depending on the ownership structure, and therefore being subject to a different tax liability that is going into the Treasury. And let's not forget that if you're an arable farm, feed wheat prices have not changed dramatically over the last 20 years. They still average about the same. Of course, input prices are going up. Thanks to this government in terms of raising employers' national insurance and the fertiliser tax, etc. coming in. But the reality of it is that productivity and return rate is about 1%, if at all breaking even for a farming business. So if you've got an asset base that is valued significantly higher, you are going to be subject to a higher tax liability, but you're still then going to have to be selling off more assets to pay the same, despite your level of return being 1%, if at all 1%. And that is different to a farm if they're valued at a much lower valuation rate. And therefore, I'd like to get the Minister to explain what level of detail has the government gone in to explore those challenges that are facing many of our farming businesses. And that brings me on to my next point, which is the Shadow Minister quite rightly and eloquently said from the dispatch box, the issues of practicality. Because the reality of it is, there will be disputes that are made throughout the process to do with how a farm or a asset base is valued. Quite rightly, why wouldn't there be? But what capacity is there within the Valuation Office? What capacity is there within our district valuers to be able to deal with the uncertainty of valuations that will be coming through on DEF, so that a timely tax liability can be paid within the time frame, the tight time frame that this government has set out? And that also then brings me on to the point to do with the fact of this being going on for the last 14 months. And I do want to pick up on the point that many Labour MPs have turned up today, but there was only one Labour MP that had the backbone to stand up on behalf of his constituents against the Chancellor, has had the whip removed from him. And I give that the member for Penrith and the Borders absolute credit for standing up on behalf of his constituents. I find it absolutely galling, the fact that Labour MPs are now turning up and reiterating that they gave this narrative to the Chancellor and the Prime Minister throughout. Where on earth were these Labour MPs in the last 14 years? And then it brings me on to the point that I just want to indicate around business property relief. Because, yes, quite rightly, the attention has been put on our farming community and the impact that this Labour government is having on the wider supply chain associated with our rural economy. But the reality of it is, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Keighley and Ilkley, we have many manufacturing businesses, many hoteliers, a brewery, which many of you will be familiar with because they serve an excellent pint. But because they are family businesses, they are also being impacted by the BPR changes. And it is really frustrating that I don't think I've actually heard one Labour MP bring the narrative to the government benches or the Chancellor over the last 14 months about the implications on many of those other family businesses beyond the farming world that are being impacted by the BPR liability. So in summing up, I would specifically like to get the Chancellor to explain why we've ended up in this bizarre scenario where you can have two valuations on DEF, £5 million, where there will be in one scenario no IHT liability, in another potential dramatic IHT liability. He did not answer the point around indexation on when I intervened with him at the dispatch box, because he has fixed, or the government has fixed, the threshold at £2.5 million for a long period of time. Valuations will change in that period of time, therefore exposing a business to potentially having to dispose of more assets to cover an IHT liability. And why on earth is it fair when you have a business, a family business in my constituency, that have already been told that their BPR liability will be over £800,000. They employ 250 people in Keighley, and the advice, the professional advice that they've been given to mitigate that tax liability will either to be dispose of assets or to dispose of shares within their business. Either way, they are losing productivity of a business in their constituency, exposing potentially a number of jobs. They employ 250 people in Keighley, or having to give away the ownership of their family business that they've had for 4 generations. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is bad policy by this government. They may have raised the threshold on this, but it's quite clear to me and those many stakeholders that I've spoken to is they have not done their homework in looking at the practicalities of the implementation. And that is why, from these benches, we will continue to take the narrative that this family farm tax and family business tax must be axed in its entirety.
Ellis?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a delight to be stood here following what was possibly the best Christmas present I've ever received, with no shade to my parents or husband, but when I got the call from Treasury on December 23rd, it was more than we'd ever hoped for in terms of raising the threshold on agricultural property relief and business property relief. So I'm grateful to the Chancellor and the Prime Minister and colleagues for navigating the genuinely tricky balance between ensuring the farming industry is not used to avoid tax, while still ensuring our family farms are protected and encouraged to thrive, and to protect our food security in increasingly turbulent times internationally. And can I also put on record a huge thanks to my colleagues in the Labour Rural Research Group, which I'm
I'm delighted to have become Treasurer of today as we regrouped on our next plans. In pushing for this change, they have shown me the collegiate, constructive politics I always hoped was possible for this country under the solid leadership of the impressive member for Suffolk Coastal. One of the things I was most excited for in standing as a Labour MP, Madam Chair, in a rural area was learning more about the land and the farming industry that had been all around me growing up. It was challenging to have to start those conversations among such heated debate, for sure, but I got into politics because I like a robust discussion. And you know what? It allowed us to quickly move past the niceties and talk frankly from the beginning about what really mattered to farmers and farming communities and to family businesses. And let me tell you, it has been a joy to hear the passion, the history, the deep pride in this country, its traditions and what our land and close-knit communities provide for us from the voices of families who are motivated to keep it going in a way that money alone could never inspire. We've had a lot of discussion in recent years in this country about what it means to be British. A More in Common poll found last year that of all the things British people are proud of, the countryside came in second, with only the NHS ahead of it. And there's a lot of decisions to be made about the role of agriculture in British society. I'm grateful to Minette Batters for producing in her farming profitability review a brave and system-wide approach to the future of farming in this country, and I hope the government are bold enough to take on all of her recommendations. We also have trade deals to negotiate which must uphold the same standards that we rightly hold our farmers to, and indeed they want to uphold, without being undercut from abroad. We've also had lots of discussions about things like 15-minute cities and sustainable economies. Well, most rural towns and villages are 15-minute cities. Everything in one place, everyone helping each other out. I know globalisation flavours agglomeration and the urban, but let's not forget who did circular economies first, our rural towns and villages, and let's learn from them now as much as we ask them to learn from the things we do in this place. So when we talk about what it means to be British, in light of this finance bill which sets the tone for what we want British growth to be in the next decade, let's make sure we protect what makes us want to be British. I don't want to be prosperous in this country at any cost. I want to be prosperous in a truly British way. Both myself and the public are clear. That includes the countryside and our rural economies and communities at the very heart of who we are. And so I thank the government for their continued work on both adapting this bill with Amendment 24 and looking more widely at how we improve and sustain support for farming in the long term. I have 829 farms in my Ribble Valley constituency, mainly dairy and cattle, with a wide range of innovation and diversification too. One farm I visited has a value of around 3 million and told me of how they'd slowly seen farm after farm close in their part of their constituency in the past 20 years. These new changes mean they have confidence now that the farm can be passed on to a fifth generation, and they are also confident to invest in a new calf housing supported by other government funding. And I question how many farmers, those on the benches opposite, have actually spoken to in recent weeks, because most of my farmers are happy with these changes and want me to now focus on other critical issues. Because that particular farm has seen a 9.5 pence drop per litre in what they were paid for milk since last October. So while I welcome the tax policy in this bill as it now stands, I do remind the government that there is still a huge amount of work to do to ensure farms are sustainable and that our food security is robust. I hope the government will work with us to put increasing pressure on supermarket shareholders to play their part as companies who thrive from British custom by working much harder to protect the lifeblood of our economy as farmers are, as well as their pockets. Yes.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. It's been an absolute pleasure working with the Labour Rural Research Group and to see the difference that it actually makes when you have serious conversations behind the scenes, talking to Treasury, talking to ministers. And I met with over 100 of my farmers in the last 12 months who were all incredibly concerned about the changes we were making. And we had serious conversations about what we needed to do, listening to their problems. And while they're all incredibly pleased with the changes, would she agree that for decades our farmers and our farming communities have struggled? They might have farms worth lots and lots of money, but to be profitable is more important. And would she agree that they're the changes we need to be making?
I completely agree, and that's why it's disappointing that details are being looked at on the other side, when actually all our farmers that I'm speaking to are desperately wanting us to focus on the next stages of how we support those farms now, because we've done the thing we need to do to protect the smallest one. I will give way.
Honourable member for giving way, and she's speaking about the Labour Rural Group. Will they all stand with us about rejecting Ukrainian eggs coming into the UK that are undercutting British farmers, and see that we can end this as well then?
important point that he raises, and I know that we've been speaking about that with ministers, so I think it's an important conversation that we absolutely have to have, yes. Another of my farms belongs to a constituent who was one of the first to reach out to me and meet me in London. I have spoken about his farm in previous debates. His farm is a partnership between husband, wife and mother, and he would have faced a liability of £130,000 when their mother passed away in coming years under the original plans, but thanks to Government Amendment 24, this liability is now completely removed and allows them to focus on profitability going forward. I also have a significant number of family-owned businesses in my constituency, including Massey Feeds, who happen to also supply the agricultural sector. They made a really strong point to me when I met with them last year that if they'd had to downscale to afford the original proposed changes to BPR, their main option would be to sell one of their 3 sites to a foreign-owned competitor. Now, while of course we welcome foreign investment in this country, it does nothing for our sovereignty or growth or an innovation to have the proceeds of the hard work of British-built companies end up as profits in other countries. So I was delighted to hear from owner Kind of Massey after the announcement in December, who thanked this government for listening and for adapting the thresholds of BPR. He told me that this recent change now means that they have the confidence to continue to invest, including a £2 million investment to grow capacity of their site in my constituency. And finally, Gaysgill Farm in my constituency has been in the same farm for 500 years and has an estimated value of just over £4 million, employing 39 full-time equivalents through its organic farm, its award-winning restaurant, 8 at Gaysgill, which I recommend to everyone visiting Lancashire to try out as the best farm-to-fork experience in the country, and its growing farm shop. Emma and Ian, who run Gaysgill, are the perfect example of ambitious and innovative company owners working hard to regenerate and bring new employment and tourism to parts of Lancashire that will really benefit from new investment. These new changes to APR allow them to push ahead with that investment, including building a new farm shop later this year. If we are serious about supporting small businesses across our regions, and if we are serious about local sustainable economies, and if we are serious about improving the health of this country, then farms like Gaysgill are exactly the type of companies we should be supporting to grow. And so I wholly support Government Amendment 24 to ensure significant protection and support for business owners like Emma and Ian and all the incredible farms in Ribble Valley constituency who I'm so proud to represent.
What? Chair, I rise to speak to the changes to agriculture property relief and business property relief contained in Clause 62 and Schedule 12. I do so having stood shoulder to shoulder with farmers from my constituency of Upper Bann, from farmers across Northern Ireland and indeed this entire United Kingdom. People who have lobbied, protested and spoken with one voice in defence of their livelihoods and their family farms since this tax grab was announced. It has been my greatest honour to come alongside them and to fight this battle with them, and it is because of their persistence that we have seen any movement at all from this government. While I acknowledge that the increase in the inheritance tax threshold to 2.5 million represents a concession, it is a hard-won one. It was not offered freely. It was forced by strength and unity on the farming community and the courage of the minority on the backbenches of the Labour Party. Even so, it remains wholly insufficient and fails to address the fundamental unfairness that remains embedded in this bill. Ultimately, we want to see this policy scrapped in its totality on these benches, indeed right across the Ulster benches. That is why I support Amendment 3 and the linked amendments 4 to 23, which would delay the commencement of these changes to the 1st of March 2027. Farming families plan succession responsibly and in good faith under the rules as they stood. To change those rules midstream is unjust, destabilising and undermines confidence across the entire sector. I will indeed.
Madam Deputy, can I commend my honourable friend and colleague for all that she's done in the campaign, very much to the fore, but also commend the Ulster Farmers Union and the stance that they've taken. They've never given in. They stood the ground the whole way through, as indeed has the NFU across Scotland, England and Wales. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that, or does she have farmers from her constituency, as I have from my constituency of Strangford? There's 25% of farmers who own farms in Northern Ireland who will not benefit from the changes. And those are some of my neighbours who have been farming for generations. And does she have agreed that when it comes to the legislation coming forward, that the Minister is duty bound, I believe, to do what my honourable friend has asked for, to have that meeting with the Ulster Farmers Union to discuss these very matters.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and indeed 25% still will be hit. Some of world-class produce in Northern Ireland, and particularly within the dairy sector, will be hit hardest in Northern Ireland because of our land values, and I will go on to speak of that. Madam Chair, I also want to address new clause 7, which seeks to address a glaring omission in the government's approach: the failure to index link or update the APR allowance, or uprate the APR allowance. Agricultural land values have risen sharply over many years. In my own constituency of Upper Bann, in recent months, land was sold for £32,000 per acre. Now that demonstrates the value of land in Northern Ireland and the impact that this will have on our farms in Northern Ireland. And those land values are not through the effort of the farmer, while farm incomes have not kept pace. A static threshold in a rising land market guarantees that more and more family farms will be dragged into the inheritance tax net year after year. Index linking is not radical, it is common sense, something that appears to be lacking with this government. In the same spirit, I also want to highlight Amendment 43. This amendment would retain 100% business property relief where a property has been owned for at least 10 years as part of a genuine, actively operated family business. It recognises long-term stewardship and intergenerational responsibility, and it draws a clear distinction between established family enterprises and short-term or speculative ownership. If the government's stated aim is to target avoidance rather than punish genuine businesses, this amendment deserves serious consideration. There is also profound unfairness at the heart of this policy that the government has yet to explain or justify. A single farmer receives a 2.5 million threshold, while a married couple can pass on 5 million free of inheritance tax. Two identical farms of identical value can face vastly different tax outcomes purely on the basis of ownership structure.
On that point,
I will give way, sir.
And I think that's an important point. I think the Minister has to clarify, because the government's advice online actually says it's not simply a married couple or a civil partnership. Government's online advice says two people, such as siblings, who jointly own a farm will be able to pass on a farm of up to 5.65 million tax-free. So there's also clarity, I think, that the government has to provide.
Indeed, much clarity is needed, and I trust we will get that clarity even in today's debate. So a single-owned 5 million farm could face a tax bill of around 500,000, while a farm of the same value owned jointly would face none at all. That is not fair. It is arbitrary and discriminatory. Madam Chair, farmers are asset rich but cash poor. Many family farms exceed 2.5 million in value, not because they are wealthy enterprises, but because land values have risen dramatically while margins remain tight and incomes volatile. In Northern Ireland, as my honourable friend has outlined, an estimated 25% of farms fall above that threshold. These farms are the backbone of our economy. The move from 100% relief to 50% relief above the cap is not a minor adjustment. It is a fundamental weakening of agriculture property relief. It risks forcing families to sell land, reduce the scale of their business, or take on unsustainable debt, not because their farms have failed, but because their tax system has failed them. And I want to just move quickly to new clause 1. And whilst I acknowledge new clause 1, which would require the Chancellor to publish a Northern Ireland specific impact assessment, indeed it shouldn't need an amendment, it should be done as a matter of course, but this sudden interest in farming by the Alliance Party is not lost on the folks at home, because farmers at home are not only battling the Labour government's anti-farming policies, but they also have a minister, an alliance farming minister, who is tone deaf to the needs of farmers, a minister who is supporting climate change extremism, that is further regulating the industry, that is blaming them for the algae bloom on Lough Neagh, whilst ignoring the 200 million tonnes of waste from Northern Ireland water. Farmers in Northern Ireland are getting it from all quarters, and I, for one, make no apology for standing up tonight against this tax grab, but also against the policies in Northern Ireland that are damaging our farms. Madam Chair, there is also a clear principle at stake. People are taxed throughout their lives on their income, on their profits and on what they produce. To then tax those same assets again simply because someone has died is a double whammy. It is double taxation in all but name, and it penalises families at the very moment of loss. That is a principle I cannot support. It is immoral. Death tax is immoral. Madam Chair, this policy will drive despair, not prosperity, into farming communities if it is allowed to stand. The government still has the opportunity to do the right thing. Politics is about doing the right thing, and the Minister knows what the right and honourable thing to do is: to consign this policy to the farmyard manure heap. If it chooses not to, it must accept for the lasting damage that this policy will inflict on family farms, rural communities and our national security. It's on this government's shoulders, the outcomes of this.
Lynch. Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who represents a large semi-rural constituency, I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak about the changes to agricultural and business property relief and why they matter for farming families and for fairness in our tax system. I welcome these changes, which recognise the reality of the asset-rich but cash-poor nature of farming, where land might be worth a lot of money by most people's standards, but that value isn't able to be realised in cash terms unless it is sold, particularly for non-farming use. The aim of this inheritance tax policy is simple: fairness for hard-working family farms, but no open-ended tax breaks for the wealthiest. The government is reforming outdated tax relief rules to ensure that the very largest estates make a fair contribution. Under these changes, small and medium-sized agricultural estates will remain unaffected by inheritance tax, with full relief still applying up to £2.5 million for an individual, and this rises to £5 million for a married couple who will be able to transfer their allowances to each other, as is the case for personal inheritance tax, and I'm slightly surprised that the Conservative benches are only just discovering this concept, given that it's been standard for many, many years. What will change is the ability of the ultra-wealthy and the very largest estates to use agricultural land as a tax planning tool, driving up land prices and shutting out genuine farmers, whilst making little or no contribution in return. The farmers I've spent time with over many meetings in village halls, at farmhouses and at the Westmoreland County Show, which I highly recommend, were clear that they understood the need to prevent the ultra-wealthy avoiding tax, but were concerned, rightly, the original proposed threshold of £1 million would inadvertently catch what are actually ordinary family farms. Local farmers and solicitors were extremely generous in sharing their financial information with me, which was sent directly to the Treasury. It showed the reality of finances of farming. I must make special mention here, Madam Chair, of a local Labour Party member, Corinna Corn, who organised for that information to be gathered and who helped me to reach out to farmers and related businesses, particularly in the Lune Valley. Now, the NFU and others have already recognised that these changes materially improve the position for farming families. These changes have taken on board concerns raised by rural Labour MPs. But with these reforms targeted at the biggest estates, the government expects to raise around £300 million a year by the end of the decade. That's money that we can put into local GP services, rural bus services, into village schools that give our children the best start in life. So yes, some of the largest estates will pay more after these changes. I'll happily give way.
Member for giving way, and I think I've listened, and I think she may have mentioned maybe 2 or 3 times that ultra-wealthy are going to be able to be exposed to this IHT liability. But I think the Honourable Member may be mistaking the fact that just because you have a huge asset base that may be worth a lot of money doesn't mean to say that you've got a good level of income coming in. And you could have a cash flow that is not generating any revenue to keep that business going. Is she classifying those businesses and farming families in her constituency that may have an asset base over £1 million as being wealthy people?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. I suspect he missed my third paragraph, which talked about the asset-rich, cash-poor nature of farming, where land might be worth a lot of money by most people's standards, but that value isn't able to be realised in cash terms unless it is sold for especially non-farming uses. And as he knows, I'm talking about the threshold, which is now being set at £2.5 million for individuals and £5 million for couples, not the £1 million threshold, which myself and many of my other colleagues tried to change and have succeeded in changing. I make no apology for supporting a progressive policy that closes tax loopholes for the wealthy. And I am talking about people like James Dyson, who very proudly talked about buying up agricultural land to avoid tax. How can anyone defend multi-million-pound estates paying zero inheritance tax when we are digging ourselves out the fiscal and social hole made by 14 years of Conservative governments? I will not. Our farmers have been battered by Brexit, with farmers' incomes and standards of living falling drastically since 2016. Crop yields have been impacted by flooding. Trade deals from the Conservatives sold them down the river. 14 years of Conservative government was just as bad for my farmers as it was for the rest of us. And I'm afraid I'm not particularly inclined to take criticism from the benches opposite. The Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives are going against taxing the largest estates. They are saying that estates that are worth over £2.5 million, over £5 million, people... I have listened to the debate very closely and I'm very confident in my quoting of the opposition benches. Thank you. I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his chuntering from a seated position. Madam Chair, I'm going to conclude here, I grew up in a tiny village in Cumbria. With surrounding farms, it numbered about 300 people. We had no shop. We had one bus a week into Carlisle. We did have 2 pubs. We knew how to have a good time. But I'm not going to take any lectures from the opposite benches about what country life is really around. I certainly won't take any lectures from the wealthy Reform MPs who I see are not in their place today and have taken no part in this debate. I won't take any lectures from wealthy Reform MPs who seem to enjoy cosplaying as country folk in a display of what I think is really patronising political opportunism. Madam Chair, we need to ensure fairness in our inheritance tax system, and that's why I am urging all members to support Clause 62 and Schedule 12.
Right. Madam Chair, Clause 62 of this bill shows this Labour government simply doesn't understand farming communities. Preserving with the ill-thought-through family farm tax that treats business assets as personal wealth, even with the recent concession, will continue to harm investment in food security and rural growth. Rather, at the very least, it should be paused entirely until an independent impact assessment has been published, which identifies the true extent of the changes to farming livelihoods. I therefore support amendments 42, 43, 44, 45, 46 and 47. These combined would ensure that the full inheritance tax relief remains in place for family farms. Madam Chair, it is time that the family farming sector moves away from survival mode to becoming a thriving industry once more. But against huge cost pressures, farmers are being asked to do more with less. Farmers face input costs 30% higher this year rather than in 2020, while the £2.4 billion farming budget has barely changed since 2007.
This alone has presented difficult business conditions. But in addition, during 2025, farmers were forced into making plans towards a gloomy future, surrounded by all the family farm tax uncertainties. As a result, many have delayed making any investment in their businesses at all. Farmers like those in Glastonbury and Somerton are the catalysts of growth in rural areas, but they now need confidence to make the investments they have put off after 14 months of angst and frustration.
Of course I would. I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I also thank her for her determined and dedicated advocacy on behalf of the farming community, and especially around mental health. While I and my farmers do welcome this U-turn, I do wonder how much damage has been done, not just to the farming sector directly, but also to the many businesses that surround the farming sector, the suppliers of equipment and grain and so on. I wonder how much damage has been done to the economy of our country. I wonder how many irrevocable decisions have been made about the future by farmers and others within the farming industry. And does my honourable friend agree with me that the government must get it right this time around?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. Indeed, absolutely, there is no doubt that the agricultural supply chain has been affected by these torrid 14 months of uncertainties faced by the family farm tax. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor speak consistently of growth, but their damaging policies have crippled family farms. 49% of farm businesses paused or cancelled investment, 10% downsized the scale of their operations, and 21% intend to do so before April this year. Madam Chair, our farmers pride themselves in being resilient and just getting on with the job. But the long-awaited and delayed publication of the Batters Farming Profitability Review summed up the impact of the family farm tax well by stating the sector was bewildered and frightened. Due to the government's last-minute concession, I am pleased that some farmers, such as David, who farms in Compton Dundon in Glastonbury and Somerton, are now fully exempt. But this comes after over a year of sleepless nights, and we know that David is not alone. So it begs the question then that if the reforms are only expected to raise around £500 million a year, why has this government been so willing to impose the level of disruption and uncertainty on family farms for a relatively small return to the Exchequer? Madam Chair, the government's whole attitude towards family farming communities has been hugely disappointing, to say the least. At the end of last week, after months of silence, we finally heard details for SFI 26. But despite this announcement, England is still on course to be an outlier in Europe because English farmers won't receive any direct support to fulfil their primary mission and motivation to produce food. So after being taken for granted and ignored by the Conservatives for so long, it is no wonder that half of British farmers have little confidence in this government's vision for farming. And many don't believe this government takes food security seriously at all. Madam Chair, I want to be clear that while the Liberal Democrats broadly welcome this concession and raising the thresholds will go some way to mitigating the devastating impacts on the industry, it doesn't negate the year of stress and anxiety that farmers have endured, and there are many that will still be hit by this tax. Many farmers in Glastonbury and Somerton and across the constituency run their businesses in multi-generational partnerships or in extended family partnerships. It is totally outdated that this government believes that farm businesses are managed by married couples. So many businesses will not benefit from the combined spousal allowance of up to £5 million. And it seems grossly unfair that of two farms, valued the same, one would pass free of IHT while the other would be landed with a huge tax burden. In addition, while the anti-forestalling rules remain in place, these deny those over 65 or anyone who dies within 7 years of making a transfer the ability to manage their tax affairs in a sensible way. It also puts a massive burden on those who are over 75. The Liberal Democrats are clear that this is an unfair measure, and it is why we have proposed new clause 75 that would ensure that a review of these provisions takes place. Madam Chair, whilst the Environment Secretary has declared there will be no more changes to the family farm tax, I hope the Government have recognised the scale of damage they have done to British agriculture. British farmers produce a public good. They are the linchpins of our country's food security, and so our national security. In an ever more volatile world, this is more important than ever. This government must not let British farmers down again. Thank you.
Yeah. Marcus Campbell-Savers.
Thank you. Chair, I rise to speak in favour of Government Amendment 24 and the other associated amendments that increase the 100% relief allowance for agricultural property relief from 1 million to 2.5 million. I believe in December I closed my last speech on this issue with a plea for the Government to listen to my more reasonable rural colleagues, to change course, and that it wasn't too late. Chair, it was a plea, but for many of my constituents, it was a prayer. And much to the relief of many farmers, it was a prayer answered on the 23rd of December. Now, I feel it would be churlish of me not to thank the Government for seeing sense. Also, not to thank the members across the House who've raised this issue consistently over the last year. While this amendment falls short of the full U-turn I would have preferred, today I will be voting with the many Labour rural MPs who lobbied ministers for many months to see this change. They may not have joined me in the no lobby to vote on Resolution 50, but I have no doubt that we would not have seen a change of course without what I believe the Government has called their constructive engagement. I know what many of them did, and I hope in time their constituents and their farmers know what they did too. I regret being placed in a position where I voted against the Government. Not to do so would have broken a promise, but I believe the Government had more than ample time to reconsider this policy. To see colleagues whipped to vote for the measure, days before the Government proposed amendments that some colleagues had called for over a year ago, caused unnecessary pain. On this, I hope lessons are learned. And now, whip or no whip, I look forward to supporting this Government in its important task of helping all working people thrive.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to address Clause 62 and Schedule 12. Madam Chair, I, for one, cannot believe the self-congratulatory tone of so many contributions from across this chamber. The Shadow Minister pointed out that honourable members opposite had 5 opportunities to change these rules, and only one member, the member for Penrith and Solway, chose to do so. But the initial change to APR in 2024 was described by the NFU Scotland as devastating to the vast majority of farms and crofts. The concerns raised by farmers across Scotland, a significant number in my own constituency, were ignored by a Labour government who appeared to be completely blind to the fundamentals of rural life and rural communities. Now, when defending the decision in response to the EFRA Select Committee's first report on the government's vision for farming published in May last year, this is what the UK government said. Ministers from multiple government departments have had several meetings with agricultural organisations on this matter since the autumn budget in 2024, including the National Farmers Union, the Tenant Farmers Association, the Country Landed Business Association, the Central Association of Agricultural Valuers, the Ulster Farmers Union, NFU Cymru, NFU Scotland and the Farmers Union of Wales. And here's the kicker. After listening, the government believes the approach and timescale set out for these reforms is an appropriate one. In the 2025 budget, just a few months ago, the spousal transfer allowances were changed. And this was welcomed. But there was nothing further for worried farmers. So, as in so many areas where this government had been forced to U-turn, why didn't it listen from the start? Is everything we say on these benches to be dismissed as political rhetoric? Was it arrogance? Look where this has led to. A Prime Minister and a government regarded by the public as the worst ever. We don't need a government that listens later on if it feels like it. We need a government that listens from the start. We need an end to the sound of screeching tyres from the government machine as it performs another U-turn that it could have avoided. If, as you said in your manifesto, if food security is national security, why did Labour feel it was acceptable to make farmers face insecurity regarding their livelihoods and the country face food insecurity in the face of a growing international crisis? With the recently announced threshold changes, it was very disappointing to see the failure of the Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury, failure to offer an apology to the people who produce our food. Now, turning to the anti-forestalling clause within the bill, this continues to maintain a perverse incentive, which we'll turn to now. The clause penalises anyone who transfers the farm but dies within 7 years, creating a substantial IHT bill, potentially triggering capital gains tax. If no transfer is made and the farmer dies before April 2026, the estate passes tax-free. This creates an appalling situation where terminally ill or elderly farmers, especially those unlikely to live for a further 7 years, face perverse choices. Either keep the farm and hope to die before April of this year, or sell the farm with a potential loss of food production to the nation, or transfer the farm in the usual way and saddle their children with a huge tax bill. No set of tax measures should, nor should this bill before us, create such a situation. Of course, these rules apply elsewhere, but this is where we see Labour failing to understand what they are dealing with. A working farm is like no other business. What it produces concerns everyone, not some segment or niche area of the economy. Now, in conclusion, the NFU Scotland President Andrew Connan, when commenting on this clause, stated that the anti-forestalling clause in particular is morally indefensible. No tax policy should ever place a terminally ill farmer in the position of being financially better off dead than alive. The House will have an opportunity later to protect farm production from this perverse incentive, as my amendment would have achieved. But the amendment in front of us tonight gives us an opportunity to change that. And if we fail in this regard, I will seek to bring back my amendment at report stage.
Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm speaking this evening in favour of the amendments and new clauses tabled by my friend, the Honourable Member for St Albans, and against the changes to APR in general and its less conspicuous but equally ugly twin sister, the changes to BPR. Because they're downright destructive to the economy in rural places like North Shropshire. Now, the Conservatives showed that they took farming communities for granted, presiding over botched trade deals and unfair transmission from the old basic payment system to the Environment Management Scheme, and leaving the farming budget with an underspend of hundreds of millions of pounds. But the new Labour government has shown that they don't understand rural communities whatsoever. It's utterly inexcusable that family farmers have been put through over a year of uncertainty and anguish since the government first announced changes to agricultural property relief. Now, I've had the pleasure of visiting many farms and attending roundtables with farmers in my constituency, and the uncertainty, anxiety and fear that's been caused to them and their families because of these changes has been appalling for Shropshire, not only because they are part of the economic backbone of the economy, but because they're part of the community as well. Now, as we have disputed with the official opposition, the Liberal Democrats were the first to call out and oppose the unfair family farm tax in last year's budget. And we have been proud to stand alongside our farming communities to campaign against it ever since. December's U-turn increasing the farm inheritance tax threshold from £1 million to £2.5 million has been hard won, and we are grateful to all the farmers who have fought tirelessly to achieve this. And it is a step in the right direction, and it would be churlish not to acknowledge that. But from speaking to my farmers in my constituency, this change just doesn't go far enough. Now I'm going to focus in on the dairy industry because North Shropshire has a lot of dairy farmers. Dairy farming in the modern era is capital intensive, and you need expensive assets such as automating milking systems, cooling units, feed systems, housing and slurry storage. These are all essential for operating the modern dairy farm. But their incomes are low and volatile, and the reality is that the industry is becoming increasingly unprofitable, with many smaller dairy farms having already sold up in North Shropshire. To make matters worse, recently milk prices have fallen below the cost of production, while the prices of feed, energy and labour costs remain historically high. Last week, 2 North Shropshire dairy farmers outlined the crisis that their sector has been put in. As partners in their farm, they told me that even with December's increase in the threshold, the family farm tax incentivises them to keep their business small, as they described the tax as putting the dairy industry in a straitjacket. Because they've borrowed to finance their assets and their capital expenditure, these farms are in a position where they're worrying about servicing their debts, maintaining production and remaining viable. And yet the value of their land and machinery is in excess of this cap. There's already no money left for future capital expenditure, and now they have to be able to plan to pay off IHT in the future as well. That won't be achievable for them without selling parts of the farm to big players, whose methods will be far less sustainable and worse for the environment than their current low-input model. Ending capital investment doesn't just affect family farms and their growth, but it puts our nation's agricultural equipment producers and suppliers out of business too, damaging growth and reducing our food security. The government wanted to end the practice of agricultural land being bought up and for prices being driven up by super rich and super wealthy non-farmers just using land to avoid the inheritance tax. And that's a sensible idea. But its current cap and relief policy just fails to do that, leaving us with the worst of all worlds. Now, turning to business property relief, family-owned businesses are feeling just the same squeeze. And in places like North Shropshire, there's a high percentage of family-owned businesses. Last week, I spoke to the managing director of Ridgeway Rentals, a medium-sized family-run plant hire company whose head office is based in the market town of Oswestry in my constituency. As a plant hire company operating nationwide, their assets include excavators, diggers, bulldozers and other large bits of machinery, and that means they have a very high asset worth. They told me that the changes to BPR means there, and I quote, "there is no point in growing as a business," and believes that there must be countless others who have either closed or been sold because of the government's recent multifaceted attack on business in this country. Whilst he did say that the recent increase in the threshold is an improvement, the managing director said that this slightly loosens the noose that sits around businesses' necks. For a government that repeatedly hails one of its key missions as growth, these misguided policies are achieving the opposite in rural places like North Shropshire. We've demanded that the government scraps these unfair taxes in full, and if they refuse to do so, I will be joining others in the Liberal Democrats in voting against those changes this evening.
Jim Alistair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak to Clause 62 and Schedule 12. I certainly welcome the fact that, though belatedly, the government did get to the point of climbing down on the £1 million threshold. They should have gone much further in that there should not be this tax at all, or if there is, it should be at a viable threshold level. And though the climb down was not delivered with great grace, indeed it followed a debate in this House where this minister doggedly defended the £1 million threshold, told us it was fair and necessary, the very words that he uses now to defend the £2.5 million. But even though that was the manner of the delivery, the climb down so far as it goes is welcome. But we need to be very aware of the limitations on how far it does go, because this is a concession which will be very swiftly diminished with time because of the lack of indexation. This is a diminishing win, a win secured by our farming communities through their determined campaigning, but a win which is melting away as each year goes by. Take my part of the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland. In the last 5 years, land values have increased by 40%. If that trajectory continues for the next 5 years, then in today's terms, the threshold will only be worth £1.5 million. It will lose 40% of its value. So, unless the government is willing to face up to the need to index link this threshold, then the bona fides of their conversion on this issue is very suspect indeed. And that is the real challenge to this Labour government going forward. If you have genuinely realised that £1 million was wholly inadequate and £2.5 million as a minimum was necessary, then you need to sustain the value of that going forward. You cannot simply sit back and wait for the Treasury to increase its tax take because land values rise and the value of the £2.5 million diminishes every time that happens. So that is the real test of the bona fides of this government on this issue. If it's only a tactical move to buy time, then time is on their side, because in due course this will fritter away to the point where it is of very little value indeed. So my plea to the government tonight is demonstrate that this is a genuine realisation of the need to protect farming families by committing to index linking this concession, because without that it really is something that is going to diminish very severely with time. And surely those who feed us, those who keep bread and food on our tables, are the people that this government should be thinking about, and they are not thinking about them if they insist on a de minimis threshold which will diminish out of sight almost as time goes forward. That is the test of this government.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to speak to Amendments 42 to 47. This bill fails to recognise the specific way in which family businesses are different from businesses whose shares can be traded. The tax changes announced at the 2024 budget treats family businesses as though they're a liquid asset or as if their underlying value is expressed in tradable shares. But family businesses are neither. Shares in a family business only have a nominal value, and it's this nominal value that's transferred upon death. No cash arises from the transaction, unlike the sale of shares on an open market, which means that money to pay any tax charges arising on the transfer must be made out of the business's current assets or by disposing of its fixed assets. Now, the value of a family business is often in their fixed assets, typically land, buildings, plant and machinery, also patents, copyright and goodwill. Now, the purpose of business property relief was to enable these assets to pass intact from one generation to the next, to enable the business to be transferred as a going concern, to maintain those steady revenues that guarantee employment and supply chains. So removing BPR from the inheritance tax regime will mean that assets will need to be sold to pay the inheritance tax. Now, this not only reduces the overall value of the company, it will also limit its ability to generate future revenue. Asset sales will already be subject to CGT before the net value can be released to the shareholder by way of a dividend to pay their individual IHT liability, and this dividend itself will be subject to tax. So the asset sale has to realise sufficient cash to pay 3 separate taxes.
Now, members might argue that assets disposed of by one company doesn't necessarily take them out of the economy, and indeed our tax system should ensure that assets are allocated to wherever they can be most efficiently exploited. But this change to BPR doesn't ensure the efficient reallocation of assets from one business to another. It forces the sale of productive assets that were being efficiently used, and there are no guarantees that the asset can be put to its most productive use under its new owner. Recent experience has shown that UK assets are increasingly being picked up by foreign investors, increasing the risk of job losses, restructuring and head office operations being moved abroad. Forced sales that need to be completed within IHT timescales are unlikely to make their full market value. And in a specialised market in which there are few annual sales, one depressed sale value can influence the valuation of other assets in the same class, having a knock-on effect on all company balance sheets. Death comes to us all in the end, being the only certainty in life apart from taxes. The IHT regime recognises and allows for assets to be passed down the generations without being taxed as long as 7 years has passed between the date of the gift and the death of the bequester. So for many family businesses, the change in BPR rules will just mean that they have to actively plan for an orderly transition of shares to enable them to take advantage of this provision. But for some families, it's already too late to plan effectively. The largest employer in the London Borough of Richmond upon Thames is a family-owned business, with the majority of shares being owned by the founder, who is aged in his 90s. So there seems little chance that even if the shares were to be transferred now, 7 years will elapse before his death, and every risk, therefore, that the firm will need to be broken up in order to pay this IHT liability, and that will put hundreds of jobs at risk. And of course, tragically, there's always the risk of unexpected death. While not being its principal purpose, one of the advantages of BPR is that it relieves the families of the deceased from involving themselves with complicated business transactions while mourning their unexpected loss. I welcome, of course, the announcement of the raising of the threshold of BPR from 1 million to 2.5 million. This merely reduces the number of companies that will be liable for this tax rather than addressing these issues. And there's currently no certainty on either the number of businesses that will be affected or on the amount of additional tax revenue that will be raised by the measure. The OBR has not delivered a costing based on the change to the policy announced in December. And given that the policy will trigger behaviour change, it is unclear to me that the benefits of this measure will outweigh the potential harm to employment in otherwise thriving businesses up and down the country. I'm sympathetic to the Chancellor's instincts in this matter. I too think that we should be prioritising the needs of entrepreneurs over the protection of inherited wealth. But the likely meagre returns to the Treasury as a result of this policy do not justify the likely impact on employment that will occur if otherwise thriving businesses are forced to be broken up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on Clause 62, Schedule 12, and I want to speak to my amendment, New Clause 1. As we've heard from the benches representing Northern Ireland already tonight, this is really about listening and recognising Northern Ireland's unique circumstances. I want to acknowledge from the outset the deep anxiety and distress caused by recent proposals to the inheritance tax by many farmers across Northern Ireland, including in Lagan Valley. Farming in Northern Ireland isn't just an economic activity, it is a community, it is a way of life, and it is something that is deeply special and rooted in the land across Northern Ireland for generations. As many others have raised tonight, it is also central to our food security, and I can't for the life of me understand at a time of ongoing and increasing geopolitical insecurity that we would take this step. Farmers in Northern Ireland responded with a united, constructive and responsible voice, and I want to pay tribute to the UFU, the Young Farmers Clubs of Ulster and any farmer who took a stand on this important issue. That unity mattered, and it forced movement from the government. And I'm not going to gainsay that. I'm not going to try and nitpick. I welcome the U-turn. We should never have been in this position, but I do welcome the change. The original 1 million threshold was never fit for purpose for Northern Ireland. DAERA analysis showed it could have pulled around 50% of Northern Ireland farms into inheritance tax, compared with around 5% of estates generally across the UK. That level of impact was clearly disproportionate. I therefore welcome the increase in the threshold from 1 million to 2.5 million and the decision to make the allowance transferable between spouses. Credit is due to the farming community alone for the united front that secured this long overdue change. But while many families will feel relief, real uncertainty remains, particularly as others across the House have outlined tonight for older farmers and those who cannot simply plan around sudden policy changes. I want to place on record my thanks to my colleague Andrew Muir MLA, the Agriculture Minister in Northern Ireland, and his officials. He has been steadfast, evidence-led and relentless in standing up for Northern Ireland's farmers. That included repeated engagement with the Treasury, a joint letter in November with the First Minister, Deputy First Minister and Finance Minister. That letter called clearly for a higher threshold and spousal transferability. This is devolution working at its best, no matter what others may say. But it also shows why Westminster must listen when Northern Ireland speaks with one voice. Northern Ireland is different. One-size-fits-all policy does not work for Northern Ireland. Farms in Northern Ireland are smaller on average, intergenerational and family-run, and often land-rich but cash-poor. Land values, as others have elucidated tonight, continues to rise faster in Northern Ireland. Even with a £5 million transferable threshold, DAERA estimates the number of impacted farms would fall to around 5%. But those farms account for around 27% of the total area farmed. I am clear-eyed about this. Not every farm will be able to avail of a £5 million threshold, and poorly calibrated tax policy can force land sales, break succession and undermine the long-term viability of family farms. As I've said at the outset, that there is a huge argument here around food security. Northern Ireland's food and drink sector is the cornerstone of the UK's food supply. It is worth £8.4 billion, it employs around 113,000 people, and I'm proud to say that it feeds 10 million people every year. Northern Ireland represents just 3% of the UK population, yet we produce 25% of the UK's food. By comparison, Britain produces enough food to feed around 40 million of a 70 million population. Undermining farming in Northern Ireland is not simply a regional issue. It is a whole UK food security risk. My amendment, New Clause 1, is a necessary, evidence-based and common-sense amendment. I'm calling to properly assess the real impact on Northern Ireland, publish a Northern Ireland-specific assessment within 6 months of APR coming into force, and examine how many Northern Ireland estates are affected, the case for exempting agricultural land, the cost of the Exchequer, the impact on farm succession, land retention and viability, and the implications for UK food security. It also explicitly excludes land banking schemes. This is about real farmers, not tax avoidance. There is also the importance of consultation. The amendment mandates meaningful consultation with DAERA, farmers and land-based businesses. This is about policy made with people, not done to them. Farmers must never again be an afterthought in Treasury decision-making. The amendment requires the Chancellor to respond formally to the assessment, set out what action will follow, keep the policy under review with a further assessment within 18 months. That creates transparency, accountability and ongoing scrutiny, and it is particularly important and timely given rising land values and ongoing uncertainty. In conclusion, this amendment is about fairness, realism and respect. It recognises Northern Ireland's disproportionate contribution to the UK, which I am very proud of. It gives government the evidence it needs to get this right. Supporting it means supporting farmers, protecting rural communities and safeguarding the UK's food supply. And I just want to raise something that is of psychological value. We are having this discussion and this debate tonight, and not one of us has said something in terms of the psychological impact and the body blow that this has caused to farming communities across the UK. They felt genuinely unneeded. They felt undervalued. In fact, they felt a burden. They felt that this tax raid was being done to them. I'm not sure what they ever did to deserve it. And this is why I will continue to impose the family farm tax in its entirety.
Caroline Voden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following the initial decision to introduce new APR and BPR rates, farmers across the country rallied their tractors outside this place to get their voices heard. Other family-owned businesses have gone through the same agony over the last 14 months, but without the tractors and with perhaps less of a voice, fearing for the future of businesses that have been built up over generations. Businesses that form the bedrock of local communities and economies, employing local people and supporting local suppliers. As one constituent business owner told me, even with the recent lifting of the threshold, the reforms to BPR could still lead to family businesses like his having to break up their underlying assets just to survive. And the resulting loss to the Treasury in economic activity will far outweigh the amount of tax raised. This attack on family-run businesses is particularly damaging in a constituency like South Devon, where the family-run hotels and holiday parks are the foundation stones of the local economy. Passed down from generation to generation, they are more than just businesses. They are woven into the fabric of our communities. The director of one popular holiday park has been left questioning the long-term viability of their business due to the inheritance tax that will be due. This family-run business was founded over 65 years ago and employs over 180 staff in the summer season, which is a large number in a constituency like mine that has few large employers. They use an abundance of local suppliers and make a significant contribution to the local economy. But I'm told that when the 81-year-old majority shareholder passes away, it is likely that the family will have to sell up completely after at least 5 generations of ownership to pay an inheritance tax liability of approximately £2.5 million. You can't chop off a section of a holiday camp and sell it to pay the tax and be left with a viable business. It just doesn't work like that. And this illustrates perfectly how this tax is not merely a financial burden. It threatens the very survival of these businesses. And the ripples will spread out across the pond, with scores of people losing their jobs, and the knock-on effect that will have on the local economy, the community, and the mental health of all those people left high and dry. Examples such as this are why my Liberal Democrat colleagues and I support Amendment 42, which would maintain 100% business relief where the property has been owned by the transferor for at least 10 years as part of a business that is actively operated by the transferor or a member of their family. This is the least this government could do, given the plethora of financial challenges these family-run businesses are already facing. And whatever loophole the government was looking to close with this business property relief, they've gone way beyond that, and the implications are going to be an economic and a personal tragedy for so many. I also could not stand to speak today without again mentioning our family farms. I'm pleased the government has finally listened and made the adjustment to the threshold, which will end the agony for many farmers. However, I am concerned that in areas where land prices are particularly high, such as the South Hams, the £2.5 million threshold will still be too low. There are also a significant number of farms which are owned by a single person rather than a couple, meaning they will not benefit from the spousal allowance. When this APR was originally introduced, I surveyed all the farmers in the South Devon constituency, of which there are many hundred. 85% of them said they would be affected. Of those who responded, 44% said they would have a bill of at least £300,000. The average bill was going to be £637,000 across my constituency, and the highest inheritance tax expected by one of my farms is £3 million. I therefore support Amendment 48, which would make the resulting inheritance tax liability chargeable only if agricultural land is sold or ceases to be used for farming within 10 years of the relevant transfer. I also urge the Government to support New Clause 7 to ensure the relief allowance is uprated annually according to the change in the value of agricultural land. And I would also urge the Government, as many of my colleagues have also done, to consider extending the spousal allowance to siblings who co-own a farm so that they too can benefit from this relief. Why should one family be penalised because a brother and sister own a farm compared to another family where it's a husband and wife? It's incredibly old-fashioned to design a policy which benefits people who are married but not people who are co-owning within the same family. I hope the Government will now provide meaningful support for farmers who have been through so much over the last 14 months, starting with a £1 billion increase in the farming budget, as promised by the Liberal Democrats if we were sitting over there. If we undermine British farming, we also undermine our ability to feed the nation and, in turn, compete in an increasingly uncertain world. Our farmers have been through an agonising 14 months. They should never have been subjected to this fear and stress. And it's a disgrace that the Government took more seriously a prospective revolt from their own backbenchers than the committed, desperate, passionate campaigning of farmers, countryside organisations and rural communities right across the country for the last 14 months. This policy still retains huge unfairness, as colleagues have explained so clearly this evening, and I urge the Government to pause and think again while a proper impact assessment of even the new APR as proposed now is carried out. Thank you.
Ollie Glover.
Madam Chair, I stand to speak in favour of various Lib Dem amendments, particularly new Clause 7 to Clause 62. Farmers in this country continue to be hammered, both by our last government and now the current one. From poor funding of rural public services to botched trade deals which undercut British farmers, rural communities have been left behind. Despite the fact that this industry is vital to delivering our food supply and a key pillar in our fight against climate change. Food is not some luxury or niche commodity. It is essential, an important part of our heritage and culture. And in an increasingly volatile world, it is important that we recognise the value of domestic production. Now, many speakers this evening have discussed the problems with the Labour government's changes to agriculture and business property tax relief, and indeed it is welcome that they have, to some extent, listened to that. But, Madam Chair, for me, in my constituency, the key thing speaking with farmers is that these proposed changes in their original form were the final straw for them on top of so many other challenges and headwinds, and that is why the reaction has been so strong. They face the uncertainty and impact of Brexit, trade deals based on proving the so-called benefits of Brexit, no matter the impact on our farmers, constantly changing government incentive and payment regimes, the impact of recent worldwide inflation on fertiliser prices and equipment costs, labour shortages, also partly as a result of Brexit, and the dominance of large supermarkets seeking ever lower prices. Our farmers also face rural crime, which, as the Honourable Member for Lagan Valley quite rightly stated, has a significant impact on their mental health and well-being. Even with Thames Valley Police's best efforts, farms being remote make them easy targets for thefts or hare coursing. Flooding has also affected many farmers across my constituency, such as George Gale's Manor Farm in Appleford or Paul Caldwell's Dropshort Farm in Drayton. Increased rainfall and a lack of river maintenance both being contributing factors to wider flooding incidents plus runoff from new developments. During the general election, it was the National Farmers Unionist hustings that was by far the toughest of the campaign. But I've also been warmly welcomed by farmers who have been very patient and generous in explaining their trade to me as someone who couldn't possibly have less of an agricultural background. Matt Lane of Grage Farm, David Christendon of Lockenge Estate, and also Alan and Richard Binnings, who put so much work into the Truck Festival, which, as well as being an amazing concert experience on their land, raises tens of thousands of pounds for local charities each year. But I want to talk in particular about Ben Smith from Manor Road Farm near Wantage. Now, when I met him last winter to hear his challenges, he explained how he's a third-generation arable farmer. At that time, his mother was 90 years of age and owns the farm. And his big concern was that when she dies, he and his family would be significantly hit by the inheritance tax, with revenues from their arable farming barely able to cover the liabilities. Now, at that time, his mother was saying that she would rather die than leave Ben and his sister to deal with the situation later, whereas Ben wants his son and daughter to have the farm, but he will be in a financial mess. There are 6 or 7 staff who he might need to lose, some of whom have worked for him for between 10 and 45 years. Inheritance tax, of course, is a big worry to him, but it's also been hit by other increases in tax and national insurance. Madam Chair, all the farmers I've met have been welcoming, tolerant of my agricultural ignorance, forgiving of my vegetarianism, patient in educating me about their work, and profoundly passionate about what they do. I have been surprised to find parallels between my experience of working in railways before coming to this place and farming. Both are subject to the stop-and-start whims of government policy and the decisions of people who have little knowledge or experience of the sectors concerned and who often do not take the time to listen and learn. In contrast, the Liberal Democrats are proud of our advocacy for farmers and are calling for the farming budget to be raised by £1 billion, renegotiate trade agreements to protect British farmers, in line with our objectives for health, environmental and animal welfare standards, and strengthening of the Groceries Code adjudicator to ensure farmers can keep farming in fair circumstances. It is welcome that the government has started to listen, But we must always remember that we need food, we need countryside, and our farmers do so much to look after both, and they deserve our support.
Minister.
Madam Chair, let me extend my thanks to honourable members for their thoughtful contributions during this session in particular, which I appreciate has been a topic of discussion publicly and in this place over a number of months. As I have said, the government has been listening carefully to feedback from the farming community and family businesses and their representatives, and we on this side of the House are proud to represent the national interest with strong representation from rural, semi-rural and urban constituencies too. I think it's a fantastic vote of confidence in our Prime Minister and in this government that there are pretty much as many Labour MPs who represent rural constituencies on this side than there are the total number of Conservative MPs on the other side. Madam Chair, the government is going further to protect more farms and businesses while maintaining the core principle that more valuable agricultural and business assets should not receive unlimited relief. That is why we have introduced an amendment to this finance bill such that the allowance for the 100% rate of relief will be increased from 1 to 2.5 million. Madam Chair, if I can, though I'm aware of the hour, I will just briefly run through some of the contributions that members on all sides have made and respond to some of the questions that have been asked of me in closing. I would like to thank members on these benches, the Chair of the Welsh Affairs Committee, my honourable friend, the member for Northumberland, the member for Ribble Valley, the member for Morecambe and Lunesdale, and I welcome the contribution too from the member for Penrith and Solway. It was helpful to hear from members on this side about the positivity with which the changes that were announced late last year have been received as a result of the listening and the engagement that this government has done. And also to hear about the renewed focus that can now be placed on broader issues affecting the farming community, be that profitability, prices and the fiscal support that this government will provide, making sure that we can spend our budgets in full rather than underspending them by hundreds of millions as the previous government did. I want to thank those members who engaged with me on this topic in the weeks after I was appointed to this role, just on the 1st of September last year. I'm looking for the member for Northumberland. I really appreciated his engagement in particular. On some of the points raised by the Shadow Minister and some opposition members, the figures used on the number of estates that are affected by these changes come from HMRC tax data itself, and many members on opposition benches raised the Sentax report with ministers repeatedly in recent weeks. That report, which was carried out by independent analysts from the government, came to very similar conclusions to the government's figures published after the budget in terms of the number of estates affected. That is some robust analysis that has been published, and I and the government stand firmly behind it. On the point around investment, which members opposite have raised both in relation to agricultural property and business property, it is just worth noting that a inheritance tax system that was less generous than one that will be implemented in April was in place throughout the whole of the 1980s, and I don't believe that members opposite think that we had a problem with growth and investment in the 1980s from businesses and farms. Maybe they do think we had significant problems with wealth creation in the 1980s and a tax system that inhibited it, but I don't think that that is the argument that members opposite are making. On the broader impact of the changes, the OBR confirmed at the budget that they are not forecast to have a significant macroeconomic impact. And I will give May to the honourable member.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I hope in his summing up he's going to answer the questions I asked now twice in this debate to do with indexation and the issue of having a scenario where you've now got two estates that will be valued at £5 million, one subject to an IHT liability, one not, depending on the ownership structure. But could the Minister also say, why on earth did the Chancellor, given this issue is so important, not only to our farming community, but our wider family businesses, announce this change at the budget? This seems very peculiar to make a very big fiscal change outside of a budget announcement.
I will come to the questions that he raised shortly. I would just like to turn to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson who mentioned the costs of administrating these tax changes. Those costs were published in a tax impact and information note alongside the changes. At 9.2 million is the figure which the government published. And on the sustainable farming incentive, which he and others have mentioned, he may have missed the news that last week the Secretary of State in DEFRA was able to provide an update on this, which the NFU said showed real ambition for a thriving agricultural industry. The member for Keighley and Ilkley, the member for Keighley and Ilkley, and the member for Upper Bann and others mentioned the way in which the allowance is only transferable between spouses. That is in line with the long-standing approach to inheritance tax. The inheritance tax nil rate band and the residence nil rate band are also only transferable between spouses and civil partners. And just on the specific point that was made around siblings and co-owners who are, I'm just going to respond to this point, and siblings or those who aren't spouses who jointly own a farm, as the example which the member opposite raised on the government website sets out. Of course, it's still the case that each individual has a £2.5 million allowance which they can use, which means that a farm that's jointly owned, even if not by spouses, yes, it can't be transferred between spouses, but can still be passed on an individual basis up to £2.5 million. A range of members on the opposition benches raised the question of whether or not the government should set different thresholds for different parts of the country. And I would gently say to members on the Conservative benches in particular that when it comes to inheritance tax, of course, they're very different property prices across the country, and yet they, in the 14 years they were in power, didn't set different thresholds for different parts of the country. Madam Chair, I look forward to further contributions on this topic over the passage of this bill. Overall, this finance bill, including the clauses debated today, are an essential part of the government's broader economic plan to manage our public finances well, to bring down borrowing in every year, to fund our public services and provide the underpinnings for higher growth and living standards across the country. We have the right plan for the country, and this finance bill helps us to deliver it. I, therefore, urge the House to reject Amendments 3 to 23, 31 to 36, 40 to 48, new Clause 1, 6, 7 and 17, and I beg to move that Clause 62 and Schedule 12 and Government Amendments 24 to 29 stand part of the bill.
The question is that Clause 62 stand part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. question is that Clause 62 stand part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No.
The tellers for the ayes are Jake Richards and Imogen Walker. The tellers for the noes, Alicia Kearns and Lincoln Jock.
Order.
The ayes to the right, 344. The noes to the left, 181.
The ayes to the right were 344, the noes to the left 181, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I shall put a single question on Government Amendments 24 to 26. I call the Minister to move Government Amendments 24 to 26 formally.
Formally.
The question is that Government Amendments 24 to 26 be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 3 to Schedule 12, which has been selected for separate decision. I call Victoria Atkins to move Amendment 3 formally. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Is that Amendment 3 be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Alicia Cairns and Lincoln Jopp. The tellers for the noes, Jake Richards and Imogen Walker.
ayes to the right, 185. The noes to the left, 344.
The ayes to the right were 185, the noes to the left 344, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I shall put a single question on Government Amendments 27 to 29. I call the Minister to move Government Amendments 27 to 29 formally.
Formally.
The question is that Government Amendments 27 to 29 be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 12, as amended, be the 12th schedule to the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. New Clause 7 has been selected for separate decision. I call the Liberal Democrat spokesman to move New Clause 7 formally.
Move formally.
Uprating of allowance amounts for agricultural property.
The question is that New Clause 7 be read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that New Clause 7 be read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Zoe Franklin and Claire Young. The tellers for the noes, Jake Richards and Imogen Walker. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 188. The noes to the left, 341.
The ayes to the right were 188. The noes to the left, 341. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order, order. That concludes proceedings for day 1 in committee.
I beg leave to report that the committee has made progress and asks leave to sit again.
Order. Whip to report.
I beg leave to report that the committee has made progress and asks leave to sit again.
Committee to sit again what day?
Tomorrow.
Committee to sit again tomorrow.